From early learners to lifelong students, SDPB inspires curiosity through trusted educational programs and resources for every stage of life. Good, useful, and full of wonder. SDPB. When South Dakotans need reliable information, SDPB is there providing updates and coverage that keep our communities safe and connected. Good, useful, and full of wonder. SDPB.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to House State Affairs. Please take your seats. Have your phones turned to silent. If you plan on testifying, please sign in the back. And you have handouts, have the pages where, oh, there's a page. Give them to the pages for handouts when you come to testify. If you're a lobbyist, please make sure you're wearing your badge and the badge is clearly visible. If you're testifying and wearing a hat, we'd ask you to remove it. If you're joining us online and you need to contact us, the email address is housestateaffairs@sdlegislature.gov. And lastly, a reminder that all testimony and all questions should be addressed through the chair. At this time, I will ask the secretary to please call the roll.
Representative Baumüller.
Here.
Emery. Gosh. Here. Hanson. Healy.
Here.
Heineman excused. Jameson.
Here.
Lems.
Here.
May. Here. Reich.
Here.
Schaefbauer. Overweek.
Here.
Otenbach.
Here.
We have a quorum, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. We do have a quorum. Okay, at this time, the chair will entertain a motion to approve the minutes of our last meeting. Representative Overweg.
Move the motion.
Seconded by Gosh. Those in favor of approving the minutes say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The minutes are approved. Now I would ask the pages to please come up to the microphone to introduce yourselves, state where you're from, and briefly mention any future plans. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Rania DeCam. I go to Chamberlain High School, and after I graduate high school this year, I will be getting my undergrad in business and then continuing to law school to become an attorney. Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Belle Niederbaumer. I am a senior at James Valley Christian in Huron, and after high school, I plan to attend the University of Nebraska-Lincoln, majoring in nutrition and health sciences to go on to med school.
Excellent. Thank you for being here this morning. Okay, the agenda this morning, as you all have seen, if you've reviewed it, includes 3 bills. And we are going to start this morning with House Bill 1161, and then we'll take the other 2 in order, 1184 and 1274. House Bill 1161, just as a reminder procedurally where we are, had been sent to the 41st day, was then by this committee recalled from the 41st day in order to allow the prime sponsor, Representative Cull, to move an amendment that had previously been discussed. We've already taken extensive testimony on this, so we're going to hear from Representative Cull, and then in the event there are committee questions or discussion or action, we will proceed to that. When that's finished, we'll go on to the others. So with that said, Representative Cull, welcome to State Affairs.
Thank you,
Please
Mr.
proceed.
Chair. David Cull, representative from District 2. Feels a little bit like deja vu, you know, to have a bill pulled off the ash heap of the 41st day and have another shot. And I just want to thank the committee for giving us this opportunity to once again address this. You know, we listened to the concerns of the committee, we listened to the concerns of others. We've made some modifications. And with that, Mr. Chair, I do have a amendment I would like to move.
Has it been published?
It has been.
What is it called?
House Bill 1161C is in cat.
Mr.
Okay.
Chair,
Representative Overweg.
I move that motion to accept the amendment.
Motion by Overweg, seconded by Lems to move 1161C. Is there any discussion on the motion? Okay, seeing none, all those in favor of amending would say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. We are on 1161C, and we would ask the prime to now brief the committee on what's changed, and then we'll take some questions from the committee.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. Quick review. The primary intent of the bill was to address the situation faced by fire departments that have in some of their station houses open bay sleeping quarters. These are with crews that are made up of both males and females. To a lesser degree, it also addresses law enforcement that at times can be quartered in a gym type of setting during a large deployment. An example of that would be the Sturgis Motorcycle Rally. In the original bill, theatrical venues, musical venues were also included, and that's where a lot of the concern came with the original bill. And those have been completely removed from this amended bill. At the first hearing, we were looking at House Bill 1161A. In the time since that, we had 1161B drafted. We went over that with some people and eventually came up with 1161C. Section 1, covering 20-13-59, the key change to the statute is found on line 12 through 15 and states the section does not apply, or this section does not apply to any room used exclusively by firefighters or law enforcement personnel acting in an official capacity. You'll note that 2013-59 does deal with sleeping quarters. Section 2, we've amended 2013-61 on line 22 and just added firefighter. Reason being that not all fire officials, which is listed there also, are firefighters. And then on line 23, after employee, we've added of the state or a political subdivision who is, and then acting in an official capacity. Lastly, subsection 7 of the original bill has been completely struck as it's believed that it was already adequately addressed in section 1 and 2, and so therefore not needed. Hopefully I haven't muddied the waters with these explanations, and so at this point I'm going to end my testimony. I do have a couple of people online. If there are questions, they have testified before. You've heard them. That'd be the fire chief from Sioux Falls and Amber Mulder, who is an attorney in Sioux Falls. And with
Thank
that,
you,
I'll-
Representative Cole. As stated, we'll now turn it over to committee questions, if there's any committee questions on this as amended, if we've muddied the waters or cleared up the waters. Okay. Seeing, hearing no committee questions, and I will move on to committee discussion and/or action.
Mr. Chair,
Representative
I
Overweg.
move do pass.
Representative Jameson seconded. Moved by Overweg. Do pass on 1161C. Any discussion on that motion? Any discussion from this side on that motion? Okay. Hearing none, then, the motion is do pass. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, nay. The secretary would please call the roll.
Representative Baumüller.
Aye.
Emery.
Aye.
Gosh. Hanson.
Aye.
Healy.
Aye.
Heineman excused. Jameson.
Aye.
Lems.
Aye.
May. Aye. Reich. Aye. Schaefbauer. Overweg.
Aye.
Otenbach.
Aye.
12 ayes, 1 excused.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. After receiving a majority of members-elect, the do pass motion passes. House Bill 1161 as amended goes to the floor with a do pass recommendation. With that behind us, we will now move on to House Bill 1184 entitled Define Man and Woman Throughout the State and Prohibit Funding for Anything to the Contrary. We will take 12 minutes per side of testimony. Is there any proponent testimony?
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My name is John Hanson, Speaker of the House, representative for District 25 from Del Rapids. Joining me to my left is Matt Sharp from Alliance Defending Freedom. And it's an honor to bring before this committee House Bill 1184. There is an amendment online. It's 1184A.
You wish to move it at this time?
Yes, please.
Mr. Chair.
Representative Overweg.
I move that motion.
Motion by Overweg, second by Gosh to move Amendment 1184A. Is there any discussion on that motion? Okay, all in favor would please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. We're on 1184A. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. You know, in recent years, our country has been confronted with a question that until very recently, no one thought needed answering. What is a woman? What is a man? These are questions that should have clear, objective, biological answers, and yet across the nation and even here in South Dakota, we've seen confusion take root in our laws, in our policies, and in our institutions. And that's why this bill is important today. This legislation simply establishes clear, consistent definitions for terms like man, woman, male, female, definitions grounded in biological reality. These are not new or novel ideas. From the beginning, the definitions in this bill reflect the biological reality that have existed since the beginning of humanity to today, where these definitions align with the definitions set forth now in federal policy. In President Trump's executive order, restoring biological truth to the federal government. That executive order was announced on the day that President Trump was sworn into office on his second term. It also reflects the guidance from the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services. And importantly, as Mr. Sharp will testify to in a little bit, they were developed with the help of Alliance Defending Freedom, some of the most respected constitutional attorneys in the country, working alongside leading medical professionals. They're consistent with other areas of law. In short, these definitions are both legally and scientifically sound. You know, gender ideology is not an abstract debate. It's had real consequences, and it's caused real confusion. And across the country and here in South Dakota, we've had to respond. We've passed laws to protect girls' sports because fairness matters. We've acted to stop the administration of cross-sex hormones and puberty blockers to minor children because those children needed our protection. And we've heard testimony about the irreversible negative consequences upon those children from people like Chloe Cole. And yet, despite those efforts, confusion in our government still exists. Because we sit here today and birth certificates are amended based on subjective gender identity, driver's licenses reflecting something other than biological sex. Department of Corrections policy even contemplated allowing biological men to transfer into the women's prison based on identity alone. I don't know what the current policy is. That policy is no longer available online, but that was the most recently available policy. And so this bill is aimed at simply restoring clarity. It says that as a state of South Dakota, we know the answer to the question, what is a woman? And we will apply the answer, which is biological truth, consistently across our laws and our institutions. Now, what this bill does not do, it doesn't prevent anybody from living their life as they choose. It doesn't regulate personal behavior. It doesn't deny anybody dignity. What it does is ensure that the state of South Dakota does not institutionalize a falsehood based upon theories contained in modern gender ideology. We should ensure our laws reflect reality, not ideology. We should provide clarity for our courts and our agencies and our citizens, and that's what this bill does. And so I would ask for your support. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Is there additional proponent testimony? Please state your name. Proceed.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. My name is Matt Sharp. I'm senior counsel and here today on behalf of ADF Action. Our organization advocates for free speech, religious liberty, life, and the family. We analyze proposed laws for their effect on constitutional freedoms, and here today we contend for the truth that there are only two sexes. It's a simple and enduring reality that all humans are created male or female, equal in dignity, having equal rights under the law, yet inherently different. But the lie that a person was born in the wrong body or can choose to identify as the opposite sex can undermine many South Dakota laws that are based on the common sense understanding of what it means to be male and female. Even worse, as we heard, adopting an accurate view of what it means to be male and female can in many cases even threaten safety, fairness, and equality for countless young women in the states. We've heard stories across the country and even here where young women have been forced to share intimate spaces, locker rooms and restrooms, and other places where young girls have even been sexually assaulted in these private spaces. And at the root of all of this is the lie that a person was born in the wrong body. At the root of each of these is a false view of what it means to be male and female. HB 1184 simply reaffirms the common sense, scientifically accurate meaning of sex, male, and female. It states clearly that sex refers to male and female, not a person's subjective sense of gender identity, and that the definitions of male and female are tied to our biological makeup. We are each created in our mother's womb, and we are born with a reproductive system, one that is complementary to the other. A person is female if she has, had, or will have a reproductive system oriented towards the production of ova throughout her development. In males, their reproduction system is naturally oriented towards the production of sperm. And if there is some intervening circumstance that cuts off a person's natural ability to reproduce, like a surgery or an accident, that doesn't change the fact that they are still either male or female. These definitions in 1184 also account for congenital anomalies, like disorders of sex development, which occur in a small fraction of the population. HB 1184 recognizes that a disorder, a disruption in a body's natural development does not make a person any less of a male or female. We've seen easily how sex can be rewritten. The Biden administration unlawfully attempted to redefine sex in Title IX to include gender identity. Those efforts were struck down. Earlier this year at the Supreme Court, in a legal challenge to laws protecting fairness in women's sports, the ACLU attorney refused to define sex when questioned by the justices. And in a recent congressional hearing, an OBGYN declined to say whether men can be pregnant. We know that this ideology is out there, and that's why it's pivotal to enshrine clear definitions that capture the enduring truth that we are either male or female based on our innate reproductive capabilities. Sex is an immutable characteristic, and it needs an unchanging definition, and that's exactly what HB 1184 provides. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sharp. Any other proponent testimony in the room? Good morning.
Morning, Mr. Chair. Norman Woods, Family Voice Action. I know we're on a time clock, so I'll be brief. Reading through, there's what, 9-page bill, and I noticed something that, just as far as the analysis goes, I think if we take the ratio here of substantive changes versus LRC style and form cleanups, which are all throughout, you could almost call this a cleanup bill. I would just leave you with this. The underlying foundation of this legislation is, G.K. Chesterton said, you can free things from alien or accidental laws, but not from laws of their own nature. And so at the base, this is recognizing that each person is valuable. They are fearfully and wonderfully made, exactly how they were intended. They are fearfully and wonderfully made. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other proponent testimony in the room? We're at about 9 minutes, so we've got a few minutes left.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. Lisa Gennaro with Concerned Women for America, LIC. Everybody else did a great job. I'm just basically going to be saying a me too, and I hope you vote for this bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gennaro. Further proponent testimony.
All right. Linda Montgomery, Fairview, South Dakota. I ask that you pass this bill. I woke up at very early this morning to try to make it on time so I could hear the prime, and I missed that, and I'm sorry about that. But you know, I know the difference between a bull and a cow, a male dog, female dog, even a chicken and a rooster. I know the difference between men and women. I'm a nurse. Trust me, I know what the difference is. I just beg you to look at this from a very common sense, truthful bill. I just believe that we are created man and woman, male and female, just like the other animals that have been created male and female. Please pass this bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Montgomery. Any other proponent testimony? Okay, and there's nobody online, so I will switch over to opponent testimony. Is there any opponent testimony in the room? Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and committee members. Melissa McCauley, registered lobbyist for South Dakota for Equity. House Bill 1184 may sound simple on its face. It defines terms, but in practice, it is not simple. It is sweeping, it applies across the state government, and carries broad legal and structural consequences. State affairs is where we weigh constitutional impacts and long-term statutory effects. This bill raises both concerns. First, the language is expansive and rigid. When the state codifies narrow definitions into statute and applies them across agencies and political subdivision, it creates downstream complications in policy, implementation, administrative rules, and compliance standards. Broad statutory mandates often create confusion rather than clarity. Second, this bill risks conflict with federal civil rights law. Federal courts continue to interpret non-discrimination protections to include gender identity. If South Dakota codifies definitions that clash with federal standards, we open the door for litigation and legal challenges. That means time, resources are being diverted from the core government functions. Third, this bill does not address a clearly demonstrated statewide crisis that requires this level of statutory overhaul. Major structural changes to law should be driven by clear evidence and measurable need. Sweeping definitions placed throughout code can be unintended consequences that reach beyond their original intent. Finally, there are workforce and economic implications. Employers look at legal stability and regulatory predictability. Policy shifts that generate uncertainty can make recruitment and retention more difficult. South Dakota competes for talent, as we know. We should be careful about creating legal volatility. This committee regularly evaluates policy through the lens of constitutional soundness, limited government, and long-term impact. House Bill 1184 raises serious question to each of those. And with that, I ask you to oppose this bill.
Thank you. Is there any other opponent testimony? Got about 10 minutes left.
Good morning, Mr. Chair,
Good
members
morning.
of the committee. Ellie Bailey. I'm a registered lobbyist for the South Dakota Advocacy Network for Women. The Advocacy Network is a nonpartisan collaborative focused on women's rights for safety, autonomy, equality, and justice, and we rise today in opposition to House Bill 1184. As previously mentioned, the definitions and provisions within this bill are sweeping in terms of their effect and impact. If you look at particularly the definitions that are being added and addressed in Chapter 214, that portion of the code addresses construction and effect of statutes. And I think what's critical here is the definitions being added and amended here. These definitions apply to terms used throughout the code. And so if you look at 214, we'd be adding the following definitions: the definition of boy, the definition of father, the definition of female, the definition of girl, the definition of male, the definition of man, the definition of mother, the definition of sex, the definition of woman. And so these terms would apply throughout the code. And generally, you know, as you all know, in different chapters of the code, we rely upon different definitions because, you know, code provisions and certain titles deal with different subjects and different topics. And so in particular, the South Dakota Constitution, Article 3, Section 21, requires that one subject be expressed in the title and says that no law shall embrace more than one subject which shall be expressed in its title. This certainly addresses more than one subject. In particular, if you look at the latter sections of the bill as amended, it addresses a chapter dealing with classes of municipalities. It addresses a chapter dealing with the State Board of Regents. It addresses a chapter dealing with the South Dakota Guardianship and Conservatorship Act. It addresses a chapter dealing with annual registration and license plates. It addresses a chapter dealing with excise tax on motor vehicles. It addresses a chapter dealing with state and county veterans agencies. So certainly this deals with more than one subject in violation of the Constitution, and wanted to address those concerns today and ask for your opposition. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bailey. Any other opponent testimony to 1184A?
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. My name is Samantha Chapman. I'm the registered lobbyist for the ACLU of South Dakota. We also rise in opposition to this bill this morning. We believe that this bill reduces all unique, complex South Dakotans to their reproductive capacity and function. The bill provides no net benefit to South Dakota citizens and forces all state agencies, schools, municipalities, all 66 counties to comb through and update, change language where gender is referenced. Importantly, I think that this bill could force the State Department of Corrections into conflict with federal law. PREA, which is the Prison Rape Elimination Act implemented in 2003, has strict standards for how inmates are housed and treated while they are in state custody. And I think that by passing this law, you're forcing state agencies to violate federal law, and it's an invitation for litigation. This bill is ideological rhetoric inserted into our state laws. It has been presented to us with very little justification for the bill, so we'd ask you to oppose. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Chapman. Any other opponent testimony to House Bill 1184A? Anybody online? No. Okay, then we will give the prime an opportunity for a rebuttal.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. John Hanson, Speaker of the House, Representative District 25. Just to speak directly to some of the objections raised by some of the opponents, there are no constitutional problems with defining man and woman in our statutes. If you have any questions about the constitutionality of this, I would refer you back to Mr. Sharp, who represents Alliance Defending Freedom, whose organization has been to the Supreme Court over a dozen times and has been very successful in the work that they have done. This is consistent with federal standards, as I just stated in my opening remarks. It's consistent with Donald Trump's executive order. It's consistent with the guidelines that are being set forth from the Health and Human Services up in Washington. On the single subject issue, just in case we needed to talk about that, there is definitely not a single subject concern with this piece of legislation. The sections that the opponent was referring to are simply cleanup sections because those sections of law refer to subsections of 1214-2. And so since we're renumbering those, you have to go into those other code sections and make sure that it's not pointing to a wrong subsection. That's all that is. So there's definitely not a single subject problem with this bill. This is not instituting an ideology, as was stated. This is reflecting biological reality. We are saying that we will not institutionalize the falsehoods of a particular gender ideology, but we will instead hold to biological reality. That's what this bill is going to do, and I'd be grateful for your support. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, we'll close the public testimony portion and move on to committee questions. Are there any questions from the committee? Representative Schaefbauer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the prime. So can you just explain why Section 4 was completely amended out of the original bill?
Yeah, thanks for that question, Representative Schaefbauer. So a couple of reasons. Number one, because I think that it's almost duplicative. If the state is required to strictly adhere to these definitions, then you couldn't do anything like fund something contrary to the definitions set forth. So that's the primary reason. Yeah, thank you.
Any other questions from the committee? Representative Healy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So regardless of striking out Section 4, does this have a fiscal impact on our state? Could it potentially lead to lawsuits because all of these buildings, sub-state and sub-political, they'll have to, like any subdivision, sorry, they'll have to abide to this?
Representative Hanson.
Thank you. Well, in terms of like the buildings, directly to your question, we passed a law last year to protect, bathrooms, locker room spaces. In fact, we just amended it right now. So those laws are already in place. And so that's really not changing any of those policies. This is just setting the statewide definitions.
Representative Healy, any follow-up? No? Okay. Any Representative Reich?
I have a question for Melissa McCauley.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Well, my question is, in your testimony, you said that the state, if this passes, the state's going to be sued by the federal government. And can you lay out maybe an example or two why passage of this bill would result in a lawsuit? Kind of a specific example.
Yeah, Chair. Melissa McCauley, registered lobbyist for South Dakota for Equity. I didn't say would, but there's a possibility for it. For example, Kansas passed Senate Bill 180 in 2023. That law triggered immediate legal challenges for ongoing court disputes over implementation, including issues involving state identification documents and agency compliance. So that would be one of the concerns.
Okay. Any other questions from the committee? Okay. Then we will move on to committee discussion and or action.
Mr. Chair.
Representative Overweg.
I move to pass.
Motion by Overweg, seconded by Gosh. Is there any discussion on the do pass motion?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Pretty straightforward. This bill is exactly what South Dakota needs. It's going forward. It's good to put stuff like this in the statute just to let people know that male's a male and a female's a female, and it's pretty simple. Thank you.
Any other discussion on the motion? Well, two things stood out to me in listening to the opposition testimony that I actually wrote down. One opponent said we should be careful about creating legal volatility. And I just think about all the legal volatility that's been created because of these gender issues over the past 5 years, 10 years. I mean, that's been the definition of creating legal volatility, and we're trying to clean that up. It was called a cleanup bill to codify common sense. And then another opponent said this reduces all South Dakotans to their reproductive capacity. Well, my goodness, there again, that's what a lot of this gender stuff has done to the last 5 years. Instead of just treating people as men and women and Americans, we are focusing on their gender. And again, this is cleaning that up, so I commend the Prime. I'll be supporting it. Representative Healy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, I wasn't sure if I was going to talk about this. I think you all know how I feel, but the reason why there's legal volatility is because this issue keeps coming up because people think that we need to attack our trans individuals that live in South Dakota. That's why this issue is coming up. And I think it's inappropriate to say that the legal volatility is here because of them. No, it is not. No, it is not. It feels like Groundhog's Day. We do this every year. This bill doesn't solve a problem. I know some of you think it does. This bill is not saving lives. This bill is harming individuals. I came here to be a state legislator to help people. And this is not the bill that does that. It just complicates certain individuals' lives even further and makes it harder for them to exist. I just had to get that out there. I wasn't planning to speak today. I know where this bill is going, but I will be voting no.
Thank you, Representative Healy. Any other discussion? Representative Lems.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, I just think that this brings clarity instead of confusion to our law. And this is something that we have always, through thousands of years, known to be true, but science has caught up to the truth. I think about the air that we breathe. That's been known for a very long time, but now we know what that's composed of, right? Oxygen, CO2. We have seasons, but we now know that the earth rotates. Gravity is real. Thank you, Isaac Newton, for that. DNA now shows us what we have always known to be true, that we have men and we have women. And today we are here to just put that into our state law so that we have clarity instead of confusion. And I will be voting yes.
Any other discussion by the committee? Representative Emery.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, along with my fellow Democrat on the board, or on the committee, I wasn't really planning because we knew where this was going. I mean, we're going through the motions. You know, this is gonna come out. The two of us voting no, the rest of you voting yes. I mean, that'd be quite obvious. What I will say, and just because of the previous speaker, there is a large amount of population of this area of South Dakota, the Oceti-Sakowin, that held the group of people called Wink Days, that were a quote-unquote asexual person within our culture, that were people that brought medicine, they brought healing, they brought various other things, and they were held in a high esteemed for that reason, because they were healers. They were people that they were a group of an individual that brought our people together, that helped through thousands of years of transgressions. However we want to look at history, I mean, that's what my people believe here within the Oceti-Sakowin. What I find also offensive is that they're out there. They're still there to this day. We still hold them very esteemed, but they hide themselves even more so now because of mainstream media and whatever that comes with them, and the hate crimes that comes with their exposure, which is quite sad because they are still very powerful people. Another topic that I want to touch on is, you know, we constantly say we don't want outside state influence, but yet it's here. So I find it very humorous that we pick and choose when we want to use outside influence, and when we say stay out of our state, let us handle our own problems. Thank you.
Any other discussion by the committee? Well, I would just correct the record by my colleague earlier when you said attacks on trans individuals. And I say this respectfully, but if you look at the news of some of the attacks in this country, there's been attacks by trans individuals. Hockey games, Catholic schools, it's a fact. It's reported fact. So I think we need to be careful when we talk about attacks by or on anybody.
Mr. Chair.
Go ahead.
I call for the question.
The question has been called. The motion is due pass on 1184A. Oh, we need a second.
Second.
Seconded by Lems. Motion by Emery, seconded by Lems on 1184A. The motion is due pass. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The secretary will please call the roll.
Representative Baumüller.
Aye.
Emery.
No.
Gosh. Aye. Hanson.
Aye.
Healy.
No.
Heineman excused. Jamison.
Aye.
Lems.
Aye.
May.
Aye.
Reich.
Aye.
Schaefbauer.
Aye.
Overweg.
Aye.
Odenbach.
Aye.
10 ayes, 2 excused. 2 noes, 1 excused.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. After receiving a majority of members-elect, the due pass motion passes. House Bill 1184 goes to the floor with a due pass recommendation.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
personal privilege.
Yes, Representative Baumüller.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Today with me, I have a shadow. Her name is Madeline Lund. She is from Parker. She is up with the 4-H Ambassador Group. She is active in showing sheep and shooting sports. So please help me welcome Madeline. Thank you.
Okay. Last item up today is House Bill 1274, restrict the delivery of an abortion-inducing medicine, drug, or substance into this state and provide a criminal and civil penalty therefor, and provide a civil action for the wrongful death of an unborn child. Is there any proponent testimony? 12 minutes aside.
Mr. Chair, John Hughes.
Welcome, Representative
Thank
Hughes.
you. Members of the committee. State Representative John Hughes, District 13. I am the House Prime on HB 1274. I do have an amendment, Mr. Chair.
And has it been published, sir?
It has.
And what is it?
It is HB 1274C, Amendment 1274C.
Do I have a motion?
Mr. Chair.
Representative
I
Overweg.
move that motion.
Motion by Overweg, second by Gosh to move Amendment 1274C. Any discussion on that? Okay, all those in favor will please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. We're on 1274C. Please proceed.
Mr. Chair, State Representative John Hughes, District 13. The title of the bill has changed to an act to prohibit the dispensing, distribution, sale, or solicitation of certain articles or things for purposes of an unlawful abortion, and to provide a criminal and civil penalty therefore. The background, as you know, in 2024, the voters rejected Amendment G, which was an effort to place abortion rights in our state constitution. That was the voters in our general election. Since that time, as we all are aware, there are bad actors that are marketing abortion-inducing medicines, pills, to South Dakotans. You're familiar, I'm certain, with the Mayday Medicine case, which our Attorney General is handling and which now is back in South Dakota. This is reckless and dangerous conduct. I won't comment on the threatened lives, health, and safety of South Dakotans, which those medications cause. And 1274C criminalizes this bad behavior and provides the Attorney General with enforcement tools to prosecute, to obtain injunctive relief, and to collect civil penalties for these bad actors. And I'd like to now call on Senator Greg Blanc, who will provide some comments and introduce the Attorney General. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Hughes. Further proponent testimony, Senator Blanc.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and respected colleagues of State Affairs. Greg Blanc, Senator, District 35, Rapid City, Pennington County. I join you in being grateful that South Dakota has some of the most conservative and common sense pro-life legislation in the country. The South Dakota goal would be that no preborn babies would ever be deprived from their right to live outside their mommy's womb. And with this additional legislation, we can both save lives and indict those out-of-state abortion pill companies who mock our pro-God and pro-life ideology. Like most South Dakotans, we were grateful to God when Roe was rightly overturned by the Supreme Court in 2022. Yet the joy was temporary because just a few years later, the dirty little secret was revealed that 6 out of 10 abortions in our nation are by these killer abortion pills. You're probably familiar with this. The two-step chemical abortion pill begins with ingesting mifepristone that literally starves the child to death through cutting off their food nutrient supply from their mother. And then a day or two later, the misoprostol is taken, which expels the lifeless body through an artificial miscarriage, which usually causes significant pain to the mother. Right now, there are 6 primary U.S.-based websites that refer to themselves as clinics that provide these dangerous drugs by mail to almost anyone. And some of these clinics openly are targeting girls as young as 16 years of age. Why? Help me understand this. Why would the great state of South Dakota not do everything in our power to eliminate this kind of pain in the lives of mommies and babies? Think about it. When you hear the words do it yourself, you think of Home Depot, you think of Menards, you think of Lowe's, building a shed, or replacing a water faucet, yet the words do it yourself should never be in conjunction with an abortion. This is exactly what is being done through these DIY mail-order abortion drugs like mifepristone. Mr. Chair and committee members, I draw your attention to the often overlooked verbiage at the top of some amendments that states, this bill has been extensively amended. We call it hog-housed, and may no longer be consistent with the original intention of the sponsor. Well, in this case, this amendment is exactly the original intent of the sponsor. And the original intent was to give our Attorney General legislation that enables his team to prosecute the provider of these killer drugs, both criminally and civilly. And as I invite the Attorney General to come up and give the law enforcement specifics of this bill, my appeal is help us stop these do-it-yourself abortions in our state by thoughtfully passing HB 1274. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Further proponent testimony. Welcome, Attorney General Jackley.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, committee members. Marty Jackley, South Dakota Attorney General. When the sponsors and legislators came to me regarding this bill, they asked me the question, what are some options or tools that law enforcement could look at to keep abortion pills and other dangerous substances out of our state? And it really comes down to two specific areas. If you look, and I would say these amendments do not affect the May Day case. We will be in court at 1 o'clock today in Hughes County. This is more in the nature of proactive to keep the pills out, not letting them get here in the first place. So under existing law, you'll see that in order to bring a criminal action or an action, it requires that these substances go to a pregnant female. So that becomes an element of the offense. That makes this different than other illegal or controlled substances where we do controlled buys on methamphetamine, on fentanyl, other substances. We are not able to do that under existing law because the element of the offense is it has to go to a pregnant female. So if it's a narcotics agent, a DCI agent, they are not a pregnant female. So I'm not able to do the proactive enforcement that we do in other areas, again, such as methamphetamine and fentanyl. So the language change is key if you want proactive enforcement to take out and remove the element of the offense to a pregnant female. That's the first suggested change. The second deals with our federal partners. Under federal law, it goes back to the Comstock Act. It's 18 U.S.C. 1461. It prevents certain activities. The triggering language of the Comstock Act is it says basically every paper, writing, advertisement, or representation that any article, instrument, substance, or drug may or can be used, applied for producing abortion. That's the purpose of that secondary change. That will trigger, if you agree to this change, that if there's a mailing, then federal authorities will also have jurisdiction. It affects subpoenas. It basically would allow for federal prosecution related to the Comstock Act and illegal mailing. Under federal law, the first violation of that particular statute is a 5-year felony. If you do it repeatedly, it becomes a 10-year felony. The last point that I'd simply like to make, because again, language is always important, you'll see in section 1, no person may knowingly dispense, distribute, sell, or solicit. It does not say use, so it does not change other areas of existing state law. Mr. Chairman, I'll make myself available at the appropriate time to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Attorney General. Any other proponent testimony this morning? We're about 9 minutes in.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Ian Fury, and I'm here in my capacity as unborn child advocate for Governor Larry Roden. South Dakota is the most pro-life state in America, but out-of-state malicious actors are skirting our laws and shipping abortion pills illegally into our state. Several months ago at the South Dakota Right to Life annual convention, I heard the horrible, unbelievable stories from the nurses and the doctors working at crisis pregnancy centers in South Dakota. Stories of women who had terrible complications from taking abortion pills, and other women who were coming in seeking the miracle of abortion pill reversal. I won't share those stories now. You'll hear them directly in a second, but I couldn't believe what I was hearing. I couldn't believe the way that South Dakota moms were being manipulated and lied to in pursuit of an illegal agenda. Our laws were not stopping these pills from coming into the state. So Leslie Unruh, who has faithfully run the Alpha Center for many years, pulled Speaker Hansen, and pulled the Attorney General aside and implored us to fix it, please. And this bill is the result of that. The governor's office immediately got to work with the Attorney General's office and with the prime sponsors of the bill, and you have the product in front of you. I promised that you would hear the stories of the women impacted by those pills, and so, Mr. Chairman, I would ask that next that you turn to online testimony for Dr. Glenn Ritter from the Alpha Center. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Ritter online. Can you hear me, sir? You're on mute. Take it off mute, Mr. Ritter. There you go.
Is that better?
Yep. State your name, who you're with, and proceed.
Well, first of all, thank you for allowing me to testify in this wonderful committee. I represent myself, Glenn Ritter, as a practicing family physician for over 40 years, dealing with the living from conception to over 100 years of life, and as pro bono medical director of the Alpha Center Crisis Pregnancy Center, Pregnancy Help Center, since its becoming medical clinic in the mid-1990s. I am testifying in favor of HB 1274 for these reasons. Dealing directly with deceptive promotion of abortion pills as safe and effective by out-of-state agencies who, accepting no accountability for grievous ill effects, allow these patients then to suffer and depend on themselves to seek help elsewhere. And oftentimes they're even advised not to admit that they're having an abortion because it's illegal in the state. So they're giving deceptive information even to the physicians or care providers that offer them help. We had one woman that presented with the pills in hand from an out-of-state agency because there was confusion on how she should actually take the pills and was asking for our advice. And I was sitting there in this patient conference, and even as a physician, I couldn't tell how the instructions were supposed to be followed. And they sent about 4 times the amount of the misoprostol, the second pill, than is advised generally, even those people that do use this med. She left our office and leaving the pills in our hands. And the next case would be, we've had several women that have shown up after taking the pills, usually several weeks to a month later, with persistent heavy bleeding and found to have an incomplete abortion that we sent directly to the emergency room for treatment. The longer they have this retained products of pregnancy that the pill may have killed but not has discharged from the uterus, sets this woman up for significant problems with infection that could lead her to be sterile for the rest of her life. Another woman with bleeding and cramping for weeks post-pill was sent to the local OBGYN for evaluation and found also an incomplete abortion who needed a D&C to evacuate the dead products of the pregnancy. So for these reasons and other cases that are out there, I attest these are not safe prescribing or informed consent ethical practices of physicians or other providers anywhere in the country. So for those reasons, I am in favor of HB 1274. And I will be available also for questions if need be. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. Ritter. And our final proponent is Michael Pauley. Can you hear us, sir?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
We can hear you. State your name, who you're with, and go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Michael Pauley, Executive Director of the South Dakota Catholic Conference. We represent the Catholic bishops on public policy issues. I won't repeat many of the arguments stated by others. I'll just state briefly that these abortion drugs are obviously lethal for unborn children, but also very dangerous for their mothers. And for those reasons, we urge you to support House Bill 1274. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pauley. And we have one more, or, nope, okay. So we just have one more proponent here in the room. Looks like maybe more than one, but we're getting.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and committee members. Dale Barcher, registered lobbyist with South Dakota Right to Life, and we certainly do, for obvious reasons, stand in support of the legislation that you have in front of you. To be very clear, mail order abortion is not health care. It is a reckless experiment that puts women at risk and leaves families to deal with the consequences afterwards. South Dakota Right to Life, we have always advocated for the innocent human life from the moment of conception until natural death. We advocate for the 10 brick and mortar pregnancy centers across the state of South Dakota and 2 mobile units that are doing excellent work in protecting innocent human life. We need this piece of legislation. Certainly do ask for your support. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Barcher. Is there further online proponents? Oh, we have one more in the room. Go ahead.
Hi, Mr. Chair, Senator Carley, District 29. I previously had actually registered to oppose the original bill because it literally legalized abortion. However, with the newly published amendment this morning, I withdraw my opposition and I'm now in support of it. Thank you to Representative Hughes for bringing the amendment as it is today. Thank you. I'm in support.
Thank you. Okay, well, we're about 16 minutes into our 12-minute deal, so the chair will be fair with the opponents. Just wanting to let everyone know we're running long.
Norman Woods, Family Voice Action, just a Me Too. We're over.
Thank you, Mr. Woods.
Mr. Chair.
Hang on 1 minute. We have one more.
Mr. Chair.
One moment.
Lisa Gennaro with Concerned Women for America, LAC. I'm just going to have a handout so it kind of condenses everything that we've talked about today. Thank you.
Okay, are there any other proponents here in the room? Okay, any final proponents online?
Yes, Mr. Chair, Steve Hallgaard.
Okay, state your name, who you're with, and proceed with a pretty brief Me Too testimony, please.
Very brief. I was an opponent to the original bill as it was drafted, but this amendment takes care of all the concerns, and so I'm in support of it. I appreciate the work that the proponents have done on it to make this change, and the Attorney General has worked on it as well. There's one phrase in there that I'll discuss with the Attorney General. If that's needed to be changed, we'll do so on the House floor if possible. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Is there any other proponent testimony? Okay. All right, 17 and a half minutes, so we'll turn to opponent testimony and certainly be fair. Is there any other opponent testimony?
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, my name is Justin Bell. I'm an attorney from Fort Pierre. I represent the South Dakota State Medical Association. First of all, I want to apologize to the prime sponsor of the bill. It's usually my goal to try to talk to the prime sponsor of a bill prior to opposing it. I was not aware that this has been changed until yesterday late, and then I just saw the amendment this morning, and so I did not have that opportunity as relates to it. I want to start off by saying that I think the Attorney General is correct, and he's done an admirable job doing his job representing the state, and that is that this bill does not change whether or not the actions that are being discussed are illegal or not. It's a Class 6 felony under our law to prescribe medication for an illegal abortion. That'll be the case whether this bill passes or fails. It will be a Class 6 felony if somebody other than a provider gets the drugs and then gives it to somebody else. This bill is not about whether or not abortion should be a crime or not. I would tell you that our opposition to this bill relates to the unintended consequences of this legislation, and there are many based off of the way that it's worded. I don't think those are intended, but I think it does go to show why you need to be extremely careful in the language that's used in these and trying to draft amendments at the last minute to try to deal with problems creates the problems. The first thing I want to state, and it's probably the reason why some of the opponents have switched to being proponents of this bill, is the word solicit in Section 1 of the bill. Solicitation means ask for, essentially. If you look specifically at SDCL 22-4A, there's an entire chapter of solicitation. It can mean various different things in different situations, but there's a criminal solicitation, which essentially states the solicitation essentially is asking somebody, it commands, hires, requests, or solicits another person to engage in specific conduct. What that means is, with the amendment of this bill, you've now criminalized every pregnant woman who asks someone to do this. I don't think that's the intent of the bill, but that's what the bill does. If you are pregnant, the original bill would not have done that. There was a specific exception for a pregnant person or a pregnant mother who asked for this. But this bill would essentially do what House Bill 1212 was attempting to do, which would to make every pregnant mother who asks for an abortion guilty of a Class 6 felony. The Attorney General said it doesn't use the word uses. That's true. This is even broader, because the word solicit means you just ask for someone to commit the crime. My client stands strongly opposed to criminalizing pregnant mothers who seek an abortion, and we would stand against this amendment for that. Second, there's a lot of uses for abortion-inducing drugs. That language is no longer in this amendment. They're outside of an abortion. The two that were referenced before, mifepristone and misoprostol, both have significant uses in medicine that are not related to an abortion. The FDA approved purpose for mifepristone is for Cushing syndrome. It also is used for miscarriage management. It's used to reduce the size of non-cancerous tumors in the uterus. It's used to alleviate pelvic pain and associated with endometriitis. It's used to induce labor. And I've talked to several physicians, and quite frankly, there's stuff nationally that talks about this, that when you pass legislation like this, it becomes extremely difficult for medical providers to actually get the stuff, to get the drugs, to get the items that are needed to treat other symptoms as it relates to this. Because why would you take the liability of shipping the drugs to a hospital or to a physician for other uses if now you're looking at felonies for providing those to healthcare providers, you're looking at substantial civil penalties that would relate to that. And of course, I'm sure the proponents are going to say, well, in order to be found guilty of this crime, it would have to be for the purpose of doing an abortion. But people just aren't going to take the risk. It doesn't matter what the statute says. They're going to say, I don't know what people are going to use this for. I'm not taking the liability of a potential civil action. I'm not taking a risk of getting convicted of a Class 6 felony because of it. So with those reasons, I applaud the goals. I understand why the proponents are doing this. But the South Dakota State Medical Association believes that there's substantial unintended consequences to this, and we stand against criminalizing women, pregnant mothers for this, and we would ask you to oppose this bill as amended. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bell. Is there any other opponent testimony? We're about 5 minutes in.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. My name is Lindsay Ryder-Rapp. I'm a registered lobbyist for the South Dakota chapter of the American College of Obstetricians and Gynecologists. We have many of the same concerns that Mr. Bell expressed relative to the merits of this bill. I don't think any of us are here today to debate the merits of whether or not abortion-related care is legal in South Dakota. It's not. What I'm concerned about is the unintended consequences of this bill on access to care for mothers in our state. And as Mr. Bell indicated, the same drugs used primarily to end an early pregnancy are also the most effective drugs to medically manage miscarriages. As Mr. Bell indicated, the doctors, physicians use a combination of mifepristone and misoprostol for medical management of a miscarriage. And so we are concerned, frankly, with the chilling effect this law would have on access to these and, frankly, some other medications as well that are used to treat women aside from abortion-related care. I can tell you that OBs are already reluctant to administer medications like this too early for treatment, for treatment of conditions such as ectopic pregnancies, for fear of running afoul of the law. Now we are also adding in, and the bill references articles, things, instruments, other items of that nature. So it not only sweeps in medications that are used for other purposes, but also items of this nature, which are used for things such as DNCs, cervical dilations, things of that nature. And so we are concerned that this bill could lead to more uncertainty, which could delay care for women in our state and frankly lead to poorer outcomes for them. And for those reasons, we do oppose this bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rapp. Any other opponent testimony?
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. My name is Samantha Chapman. I represent the ACLU of South Dakota. We also rise in opposition of this bill. Regardless of your individual views on abortion, we think that this bill raises serious privacy, practical, and policy concerns that should give you serious pause before recommending it do pass. The bill invites investigations into pregnancy outcomes. There's no way for the state to enforce this bill without invading shipping records, pharmacy data, telehealth communications, and potentially digital communications to determine where medication may have come from and to prove intent of the person delivering the medications. The bill imposes layered penalties to South Dakota's total abortion ban. We already have the Class 6 felony, as was discussed. Now we are also adding in civil penalties of up to $10,000 per dose, punitive damages, attorney's fees, and injunctive relief. This cumulative structure is designed to create maximum deterrence through maximum liability. And in practice, to Ms. Ryder-Rapp's points, it will not only affect unlawful conduct, but it will also chill lawful medical care, particularly in cases involving miscarriage management or emergencies when physicians must act quickly under appropriate and reasonable medical judgment. Also, this bill directs the penalties that will be collected through these civil lawsuits into the Extraordinary Litigation Fund. We think this is a very suspect legal policy structure. So when enforcement actions are financially replenishing a litigation fund that was created to challenge constitutional precedent relating to abortion, it risks creating the appearance of incentivized prosecution rather than neutral law enforcement. Maternal health care in South Dakota is already scarce and perilous in some parts of our state. 53% of our state is considered to be a healthcare desert for prenatal care, and adding these layered penalties to our statutes that target providers will disincentivize doctors from choosing to practice in our state and exacerbate further the maternal health care crisis that we're already facing. It's all too real, especially for rural South Dakotans. And so for those reasons, we ask you to vote no. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other opponent testimony? Is there any opponents online? Nobody remaining online. Okay, then with that, we will give the prime a chance for a rebuttal.
Mr. Chair, it's always a little disconcerting to hear from our medical community when the Hippocratic Oath is first do no harm. And abortion is in South Dakota, the unlawful taking of what we believe is a human life. We have resolutions that are on record from this legislature that recognizes that from conception forward, a human embryo, a fertilized human egg, is a whole, independent, separate human being. Now, let me tell you a story about my personal experience with one of the most experienced OBGYNs that this state has ever produced. I won't name him, but my wife and I had 4.5 years of infertility, and by a miracle, we had our first child. My wife had placenta previa, which was very severe with our second pregnancy. And we went to the doctor, and he said, go to the hospital, this is really bad. Do a DNC, handed the admit card, and we were crushed. Now, just think of the number of young couples that wouldn't have had the forethought to do this. But I said, doctor, how do we know we've lost the baby? Can we do an ultrasound? Well, I suppose, but this is really, really bad. Now, this is probably a man that has 40, 45 appointments that day. And it's called, this is bad, let's just get her to the hospital and get this over with. Well, we did the ultrasound, and my wife and I were sobbing with joy as our second child was swimming around in the amniotic fluid. Now, if this bill causes doctors to slow down a bit, I'd say more power to this body, because human beings are a whole different process. We all know these abortion pills can be deadly. My wife and I have been providing adoption services for 35, 36 years. There are 4 children in this state that are growing up in loving homes that survived chemical abortion. One woman came to me and said, I want to sue Planned Parenthood. I'm not supposed to have this baby. She's in her 7th month. I said, well, in South Dakota, you can't sue Planned Parenthood. There is no action for wrongful life. But if you'd like, we can help you make an adoption plan. Now let's get real about this and just center in on what we're dealing with here. It's human life. We spend more time with breeding cattle and horses and other livestock oftentimes. We take more care. And we're talking about living, breathing human beings. Now, if the word solicit is such a problem, and basically what it does is the opposition vilifies prosecutorial discretion, which is exercised in every single case. We could strike solicit and you could put advertise. I mean, we would be open to that. And then that just ends that issue. But I will tell you that we have worked not quite round the clock, but with the departure of our good representative from Sioux Falls, starting Thursday of last week, we rolled up our sleeves and worked tirelessly. And frankly, that's why I was grumpy earlier in meeting with you guys. And I apologize for that, but I've had very little sleep this week.
Join the club.
Yeah, I see, and I totally understand that, Mr. Chair, and I ask your indulgence on that. But this is a good bill. I'm going to embarrass him, but you all know this. We probably have the finest Attorney General this state has ever produced. And we have bad actors that, in the name of virtue, are going to cause injury and death. And you know, how many young women are going to be running around with, as the medical profession says, uterine contents that are unexpelled? Well, let's just send this bill to the floor. But if you'd like to strike, solicit, and insert advertise, Senator Blanc and I would have absolutely no problem with that. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, we'll close the taking of public testimony and open it up to questions from the committee. Representative Overweg.
A question for Mr. Bell, please. Mr. Chair.
Go ahead.
So part of your argument was that this drug is used for more than one thing and could be confused. But couldn't you say that about most drugs that doctors use? If it's used in the wrong way, could cause death?
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Bell.
Justin Bell. I'm a registered lobbyist for the South Dakota State Medical Association. Representative Overweg, yes, the difference is there's not specific drugs that would make it Class 6 felony to ship it into the state. So when you pass a specific statute that says that there's specific penalties and civil liability that would arise for use of an item that could be for its intent used for an abortion, individuals will just, the concern is the chilling effect will happen, as also specified by others, that they won't ship into the state anymore. They don't want to risk criminal liability or civil liability.
Any other questions from the committee? Representative Schaefbauer.
Can I have you just clarify for everyone in the room, does this bill just target mail order, or does it target a medical professional given a prescription to a woman in state, which she would fill at her pharmacy, which is located in state?
Representative Hughes.
The only criminalization The only civil penalty, the only injunctive relief that could be sought in this case is where these drugs are either mailed in or brought in to South Dakota by some other means for the purpose of an unlawful abortion. So it does not criminalize anything that isn't already criminal, which is an unlawful abortion. Thank you.
Good. Okay. Any other questions from the committee? Representative Schaefbauer, did you follow up?
Okay, thank you. For the prime again. So in no way this will criminalize any pharmacy here in our state, any medical professional prescribing this to manage a miscarriage. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Representative Hughes.
Mr. Speaker, and thank you for identifying me. John Hughes, State Representative, District 13. Healthcare providers cannot be prosecuted when they are doing their job and abiding by their licensing and other state statutes. There is no, well, I can't imagine how that could happen. I suppose if a pharmacist illegally removed mifepristone, and I'm probably going to screw up the other one, for purposes of a relative, to have an abortion at home, that would be an unlawful abortion, and they could be prosecuted for that, and they should be prosecuted for that. So, yeah.
Any other questions from the committee? Representative Jameson.
Yeah, question for the Attorney General, please. Mr. Chair, the question is asking the Attorney General the opportunity to clear up some of the discrepancies that we've heard just in this testimony from the opponents.
Thank you, Representative. Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
One of the questions came about on the use of the word solicit. I agree with the sponsor that if it's a concern for this committee, perhaps you should consider the more appropriate word would be advertisement. I would tell you when it comes to solicitation, and I'm relying on the Williams line of cases, solicitation means to induce, advertise, offer, make available. So the general term on solicit, if you were to purchase the item, you're not soliciting, you're not inducing it, you're not advertising, you're not offering it. But if there's a concern, I think a change of a word would address that concern. As to the use of the mifepristone and other medical devices with respect to a miscarriage situation, I would key in on the language that is in Section 1, line 9, for purposes of an unlawful abortion. So that is the protection against those concerns. And I agree with Representative Hughes that if you did have a situation, and you do have this, where somebody takes a medication that can be prescribed, they steal it, and then they use it for inappropriate reasons, they would be prosecuted for that. And so I think the protections are in place with that language for purposes of an unlawful abortion. I feel it covers it. I don't believe legally you could prosecute a pregnant female for solicitation, but if you believe that's a concern based upon the definition of solicitation, you should consider using the word advertise or advertisement.
Any other questions from the committee? Okay, hearing no other questions, then I'll move on to committee discussion and or action. Representative Gosh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would move 1274D. It will be online here very shortly.
Okay, we'll just take a second here. Be at ease, just so we can get it published. Let everybody look at it. Representative Gosh.
If I may,
You may.
I've put this poor LRC staff woman through so much this session, and I just want to take a moment to applaud her work and her ability to do so much in such a short amount of time. So
I was going to say the same thing. We applaud you for putting up with Representative Gosh. Very, very well done. Your second, Representative Reich.
Mr. Chair, I second that motion, now that it's up.
Okay. Okay, so we have a motion by Gosh, seconded by Overwig, to move Amendment 1274D. Is there any discussion on that motion? Representative Gosh.
thank you, Mr. Chair. And for many of you, obviously committee members, you could see it. It's a simple one-word replacement. But for those of you in the room and those of you online, we are going to make that solicitation language change from solicit to advertisement.
Any other discussion on that motion? Okay, this will be voice vote. All in favor of 1274D would say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. We are on 1274D. Is there any further discussion or action by the committee?
Mr. Chair.
Representative Schaefbauer.
I move to pass.
Motion by Schaefbauer, seconded by Gosh. Is there any to move do pass? Excuse me. Is there any discussion on the do pass motion? Go ahead, Representative Schaefbauer.
Thank you. Just a quick comment. I appreciate the sponsor and the Attorney General bringing this, and I really hope that this clarifies stuff in state law, and hopefully we can cut down on the number of pills being mailed into our state for the unlawful abortions that are happening. So thank you for bringing this.
Any other discussion on the do pass motion? Representative Healy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, I'm not going to discuss the merits of the bill because we all know where this is going, but I do want to provide some information for you guys because we heard a lot of misinformation during the testimony. Both mifepristone and misoprostol are safe, and they are, I want to say, like they're a pill that has like the lowest of low for complications, for risk of complications. Major complications recur in hospital care occur in about 0.3% of cases. And I just wanted to reiterate that, you know, like we heard abortion, pill reversal, that's not a thing, that's not real, that doesn't exist. We heard that it was dangerous, we heard do it yourself, that it's and just FYI, it's FDA approved. It's not do it yourself. You have to have a prescription. And again, you can't even in South Dakota. We heard experimental. It's not experimental. It's FDA approved. And it is used for a number of things. I'm just going to repeat it again. Management of miscarriages, postpartum hemorrhages, third trimester induction. I think I even saw something about using it for stomach ulcers. And again, I know that those are proper uses of it in South Dakota, but it is going to have a chilling effect on physicians. Physicians are there to do the right thing for their patients. I had the most amazing OB-GYN that delivered my baby, and I trust her 100% to do what is safe for me. And when I found out I was pregnant, I was very scared at the age of 36 that I could potentially have a miscarriage and that these pills specifically wouldn't be available for me because of how politically motivated things have gotten in this state. I was very concerned. Luckily, that didn't happen. Would never have wanted that to happen. But I do feel very fortunate that we have great care in South Dakota and doctors who care about their patients and don't want to have to use these pills. But I also don't want to make it more difficult for them to use these pills. So with that, I will be resisting the motion.
Thank you. Any other discussion on the do pass motion? Representative Hansen.
Thanks, Mr. Leader. Well, I'm going to support this motion, and I do just want to say, you know, there's one study in particular that says based on the data available, there is significant evidence that the ER visitation rate due to complications from induced abortion increased after the FDA stopped enforcing the in-person dispensing requirement for mifepristone. So there are risks, and you know we've if you've paid attention, you've heard many stories of the risks associated with distributing these pills online from sources sometimes in the country, sometimes out of the country. I've seen cases where a mother was given basic instructions with a pile of these pills. And afterward, I was talking to a medical professional and I said, what would have happened? You know, she had ordered these pills online. What would have happened if she would have taken these pills as prescribed to her? And the doctor looked at me and he said she probably would have bled out and died. So that's not good medicine, to having these distributed online. If it were medicine at all, which in the case of an abortion, it's not medicine. It's the termination of the life of a whole separate, unique living human being in the mother's womb. So I appreciate this piece of legislation, and I hope that our Attorney General will be able to use this as a tool to protect these mothers and these unborn babies in our state. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Any other discussion? Okay, hearing none, then the motion is do pass on House Bill 1274 as amended. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed will say no. Secretary, please call the roll.
Representative Baummuller.
Aye.
Emery.
No.
Gosh. Hanson.
Aye.
Healy.
No.
Heineman excused. Jamison.
Aye.
Lems.
Aye.
May.
Aye.
Reich.
Aye.
Schaefbauer.
Aye.
Overweg.
Aye.
Otenbach.
Aye.
10 ayes, 2 nays, 1 excuse.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. After receiving a majority of members-elect, the do pass motion passes. House Bill 1274, as amended, goes to the floor with a do pass recommendation. That being the end of our agenda for this fine morning, the chair would entertain a motion to adjourn.
Motion. Second.
Motion by Overweg, seconded by Hanson. All those in favor will say aye. Opposed, no. We are adjourned.
SDPB helps shape South Dakota's future by educating, informing, and inspiring the next generation of thinkers, leaders, and creators. SDPB. Good, useful, and full of wonder.
SDPB serves South Dakota through an interconnected communication system that is on 24/7, 365. The first place for Amber Alerts, public safety announcements, and EAS messages. SDPB keeps public servants and citizens informed. Good, useful, and full of wonder. SDPB. SDPB brings you closer to your government. With gavel-to-gavel coverage of the South Dakota Legislature and in-depth reporting from peer. Good, useful, and full of wonder. SDPB. From early learners to lifelong students, SDPB inspires curiosity through trusted educational programs and resources for every stage of life. Good, useful, and full of wonder. SDPB. When South Dakotans need reliable information, SDPB is there providing updates and coverage that keep our communities safe and connected. Good, useful, and full of wonder. SDPB. SDPB celebrates South Dakota's student athletes with live coverage of SDHSAA state championships, sharing the excitement of hometown heroes. SDPB, good, useful, and full of wonder. From choir to debate to theater, SDPB shines a spotlight on South Dakota's talented students through SDHSAA All-State Fine Arts programming. Good, useful, and full of wonder. SDPB. Every day, SDPB connects South Dakotans with stories that inform, inspire, and bring us together. SDPB, good, useful, and full of wonder. SDPB is your home for fact-based journalism, connecting South Dakotans with news they can trust and stories that matter. Good, useful, and full of wonder. SDPB. From children's programs to in-depth documentaries, SDPB sparks curiosity and lifelong learning in every South Dakotan. SDPB. Good, useful, and full of wonder. SDPB brings South Dakotans together, telling the stories that unite small towns, big ideas, and the people who make our state shine. Good, useful, and full of wonder. SDPB. SDPB shares the voices and experiences of South Dakotans, preserving our stories, our culture, and our sense of place. SDPB, good, useful, and full of wonder. As South Dakota's public media network, SDPB serves everyone with transparency, integrity, and commitment to open access. Good, useful, and full of wonder. SDPB. SDPB helps shape South Dakota's future by educating, informing, and inspiring the next generation of thinkers, leaders, and creators. SDPB. Good, useful, and full of wonder. SDPB serves South Dakota through an interconnected communication system that is on 24/7, 365. The first place for Amber Alerts, public safety announcements, and EAS messages. SDPB keeps public servants and citizens informed. Good, useful, and full of wonder. SDPB. SDPB brings you closer to your government. With gavel-to-gavel coverage of the South Dakota legislature and in-depth reporting from peer. Good, useful, and full of wonder. SDPB. From early learners to lifelong students, SDPB inspires curiosity through trusted educational programs and resources for every stage of life. Good, useful, and full of wonder. SDPB. When South Dakotans need reliable information, SDPB is there providing updates and coverage that keep our communities safe and connected. Good, useful, and full of wonder. SDPB. SDPB celebrates South Dakota's student athletes with live coverage of SDHSAA state championships, sharing the excitement of hometown heroes. SDPB. Good, useful, and full of wonder. From choir to debate to theater, SDPB shines a spotlight on South Dakota's talented students through SDHSAA All-State Fine Arts programming. Good, useful, and full of wonder. SDPB.
Good morning. It's time to bring the Senate State Affairs Committee to order. Appreciate it if you would all silence your cell phones and find a seat. If you're planning to testify, please sign in at the back. If you need assistance with that, the pages will help you. I'd like to welcome the folks online. We have 4 bills up today, and we're going to be limiting testimony on them, so we're try to keep everything sharp and moving quickly today. So with that, I'll ask the secretary to please call the roll.
Senator Dybert. Here. Jensen.
Here.
Carr, excused. Kolbeck.
Here.
Larson.
Here.
Pischke.
Here.
Voigt.
Here.
Perry.
Here.
Melhoff.
Here.
Mr. Chairman, we have a quorum.
Right, at this time, I'll entertain a motion to approve the minutes of the last meeting.
Second.
Motion by Kolbeck, second by Perry. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed, the same. Minutes are approved. So at this time, I'd like to invite our pages forward to introduce themselves. Last day of the term. I'd like to thank you both for working for us this session. So if you'd introduce yourself, tell us where you're from, what your plans are, and if you got a joke, that'd be great.
Hi everyone, I am Tommy White. I am from Oneida, Sully Buttes High School, and I'm a junior. After high school, I plan on going into nursing. And my joke is, why don't scientists trust atoms? Because they make everything up.
That was pretty good, Tommy.
Good morning, my name is Madison Olson. I'm a junior at Harrisburg High School, and after high school, I plan on being a physician assistant.
Excellent. Physician's assistants don't tell jokes. Okay, well, welcome. And if anybody has materials to pass out, please use the pages to do that. And with that, we'll get started on our agenda. First up, we have Senate Bill 133, which is an act to provide additional legislative oversight of rulemaking. And we're going to limit testimony to 12.5 minutes pro, 12.5 minutes opponent. And we will begin with the prime sponsor. Welcome, Senator Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. State Senator Sue Peterson, Sioux Falls, District 13. Today we're looking at Senate Bill 133, and I'd like to keep this pretty simple because at the end of the day, this bill is about something that South Dakotans already believe in. Common sense.
Senator Peterson, would you like somebody to move your amendment?
Oh, yes, thank you.
You bet.
Second.
A motion by Kolbeck, second by Senator Pischke to move the amendment. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, the same. The bill is now amended, and we will restart testimony.
Thank you.
I stopped the clock for that for you, just
Thank
so you know.
you. Senate Bill 133 is already about something that South Dakotans believe in: common sense, transparency, and knowing the cost before we buy the tractor. And the beauty of the way this bill is designed is that it fits hand in glove with the processes we already have in place. Senate Bill 133 adds an economic analysis to our existing rulemaking process. It doesn't stop agencies from doing their job. It doesn't say no rules. What it says is, let's slow down just enough to ask, what is this going to cost and who is going to pay for it? We already analyze rules for their impact on small businesses. Senate Bill 133 adds rules with major financial impact to that process. That's good government, and it's good for our economy. I've got 3 quick points. First, this bill makes sure we count the cost before we act. Most folks here wouldn't sign a loan without knowing the interest rate. We wouldn't build a shed without pricing the lumber first. But too often, rules get written without a clear picture of what they cost the people living under them. Senate Bill 133 says that every permanent rule should come with a real economic impact analysis, not just for state government, but for businesses, local governments, farmers, contractors, and families. It asks agencies to look at direct costs, indirect costs, and even possible opportunity costs. That's not red tape. It's basic math. If a rule is going to cost $3 million over 2 years, the legislature, elected by the people, deserves to see that clearly and early. Sunlight keeps mistakes from happening, and it keeps costs from sneaking up on folks later. Second, this bill creates predictability, and predictability attracts businesses. Businesses, especially new ones, don't just look at taxes. They look at how stable and predictable a state is. They ask questions like, will the rules change suddenly? Will the regulations show up after I've already invested? Will I have a chance to be heard? Senate Bill 133 gives clear answers. By strengthening legislative oversight and requiring economic analysis before rules move forward, this bill tells entrepreneurs, site selectors, and investors that South Dakota plays fair. It says rules won't come out of nowhere, big impact rules won't slide through quietly, and lawmakers are paying attention. That sends a strong message. South Dakota welcomes growth, and we also value accountability. That's exactly the kind of environment new businesses are looking for. Third, this bill respects the role of the legislature and the people. Rules can sometimes feel like laws that nobody voted on, and that's where frustration sets in. Senate Bill 133 restores balance by making sure that major rules with economic impact or consequences get legislative scrutiny. If a rule is big enough to seriously impact the economy, then maybe it's big enough to come back to this body as legislation. That's not anti-agency, it's pro-representative government. In closing, Senate Bill 133 does something very South Dakota. It says, let's measure before we cut, let's count the cost before we commit, and let's keep South Dakota open for business, not just today, but 10 years from now. This bill improves transparency, strengthens oversight, and sends a clear signal that South Dakota is a smart, steady, and welcoming place to invest and grow. I respectfully ask for your support of Senate Bill 133.
Thank you, Senator Peterson. Normally, we prioritize in-person testimony, but at the request of the Prime, we're going to go online to Jim Manley. Are you prepared to testify at this time?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes. Please proceed. We're at 4 minutes.
Thank you very much. Well, I can't say it much better than Senator Peterson, but I do want to emphasize a few things. I'm Jim Manley. I'm the State Policy Director for Pacific Legal Foundation. PLF is a nonprofit public interest law firm that advocates for constitutional rights across the country. We specialize in regulatory reform, environmental and natural resources issues, equality and opportunity under the law, and property rights. Thank you for your consideration of SB 133. As Senator Peterson explained, it's a simple bill that requires agencies to answer a very straightforward question. How much will it cost the people and businesses of South Dakota to comply with new regulations? South Dakota has a reputation for being a low regulation state, a sensible regulation state. That this bill puts meat on that promise. It empowers legislative oversight. And having effective legislative oversight starts with having the information that you need to do good oversight. The cost-benefit analysis that this rule requires provides the legislators and the public with that essential information about how much a new regulation is expected to cost. And you can't really do effective legislative review of agency rulemaking without it. Now, one question that folks ask about these sorts of bills, and there are many of them being considered across the country right now, many have already been passed, is this costly? Does it add to the cost of government? And the simple answer is no. And we know that based on the experience of many other states that have enacted rules like this. But probably the best example I can think of is in Virginia, where Governor Youngkin in 2022 directed his state agencies to do a cost-benefit analysis on every single regulatory action. That was about 1,100 actions per year, 300 regulations, 800 guidance documents. They did all of that for 3 years and added 0 new staff to the agencies in order to do that. So this is not something that needs to cost a lot of money or take a lot of time. And frankly, if it's too expensive for the agency to figure out how much a regulation costs, it's probably too expensive for businesses to operate under that regulation. So the robust cost-benefit analysis that this bill provides is essential, and it's something that other states are doing. Other states that value a positive business environment are taking this step to enact legislation like this. North Carolina, Louisiana, Oklahoma, Utah. These are not high regulation states. These are states that value sensible regulations, and they want to set in stone that principle that regulations should be cost effective and that they shouldn't be overly burdensome. I'll leave it at that, but I'd be happy to answer any questions if the committee has any.
Thank you, Mr. Manley. At this time, we'll go with Jen Beving or John Kotelnik. Welcome.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, committee members. My name is John Kotelnik. I'm Deputy General Counsel with the Governor's Office. I'm here today to ask for your favorable consideration of Senate Bill 133 as amended. We worked with the sponsor and greatly appreciate her efforts. And in the interest of time, I'll be a me too.
Thank you. Now we'll go with Jen Beving, I believe. Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. I'm Jennifer Beving with Americans for Prosperity. I'm here in support of this REINS-style reform. Why this is needed. In South Dakota, we rightly keep our regulatory burdens low, but today major regulations still can take effect without a clear standardized economic impact review, and that's what we're really looking for on this. When regulations carry the force of law, the people's elected representatives, you guys, should have the final say on the biggest policy choices. That's the core idea behind this. REIN stands for Regulations from the Executive in Need of Scrutiny. You maybe have heard that at the federal level, something we think that Washington, D.C. should push forward on as well. This bill is an optimization tool for the legislature. It makes it more transparent when rules are going into effect. It requires an analysis that people, the public can see, business owners can weigh in on. It makes the transparency real and usable. And it flags major rules. So a rule that would cost the state of South Dakota, or the people of South Dakota, $3 million over 2 years, that would flag that as a major rule to come, maybe there's several items in it, but to come under more scrutiny on that and give the legislature a say if that is the best course of action. Why we support this, we believe that this strengthens limited government, transparency, and accountability. It doesn't stop the agencies from doing their job. When we analyze this, we actually looked at the IRC. It's a good system that we have in South Dakota. The only piece of the puzzle that we really felt needed to be added into that was the cost-benefit analysis to these rules, especially on the major high-dollar rules for, like Senator, the sponsor said, for predictability, for governance, and businesses when they come in. It gives legislators better information and more leverage to be responsive to their constituents when they flag a problem to you guys. You would have a path forward on this. So this is a practical, pro-taxpayer, pro-accountability reform, and we ask for your support. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Beving. Are there any further proponent testifiers on Senate Bill 133? I don't see anybody coming forward in the room. I believe we have a Taylor Walker online would like to testify.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can you hear me?
Yes, you got 2 minutes.
Excellent. Well, in the interest of time, we will simply give a yay, us too. Thank you for bringing this excellent bill to the wonderful sponsor.
Could you introduce yourself and say who you represent?
Yes, Taylor Walker, and I'm the State Affairs Associate with the Goldwater Institute.
Okay, thank you. Is there any other proponent testimony on Senate Bill 133? There's none in the room. Seeing no more online, we will close proponent testimony and go to opponent testimony of Senate Bill 133. I see people moving, but they're headed for the door, so there appears to be no opponent testimony on Senate Bill 133, so we will waive rebuttal and move to committee questions. And/or action.
Mr. Chair, I'd move due pass.
Second.
We have a due pass motion from Senator Perry, a second from Senator Jensen. Any comments on the motion?
This bill basically does exactly what the title says, providing additional legislative oversight, and they put together a good bill and deserves our support.
Further comments on the motion?
Yes, Mr. Chair, thank you. I'm genuinely happy to see the governor's office in support of this because I think it's a good bill.
Further comments?
If I could. Thank you,
Senator
Mr. Chair. I really appreciate the terminology that was introduced here in this bill, cost-benefit analysis. Extremely important. Gives teeth to it. Thank you.
Seeing no further comment, I will just make some comments. I've served on the Interim Rules Committee for the legislature for the past 3 sessions. I think we do a pretty good job in South Dakota already. However, some of the protections that are introduced in this will help to sharpen it up and keep us on this right track. So I appreciate the bill. And I'll ask the secretary to please call the roll. The motion is due pass by Senator Perry, second by Senator Jensen. Please call the roll.
Senator Dybert.
Aye.
Jensen.
Aye.
Carr.
Aye.
Kolbeck.
Aye.
Larson.
Aye.
Pischke.
Aye.
Voigt.
Aye.
Perry.
Aye.
Melhoff.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, we have 9 ayes, no nays.
Senate Bill 133, having received a unanimous vote, will go to the floor with the due pass motion. Since there was no opposition testimony and it was unanimous, does anybody object to putting it on consent? We will put it on consent. Thank you. So the next bill up is Senate Bill 134, which is to restrict deference to a state agency's interpretation of a state statute, administrative rule, or policy. Do we have any proponent testimony for Senate Bill 134? And looks like we do. Welcome back, Senator Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. Sue Peterson, State Senator, District 13, Sioux Falls. Senate Bill 134 implements at the state level the U.S. Supreme Court ruling that overruled the 1984 Chevron decision. The Chevron decision, or Chevron deference, was a 1984 Supreme Court ruling that allowed federal agencies to interpret ambiguous laws. In June of 2024, the Supreme Court overturned Chevron deference in a 6-3 decision. The new ruling gives courts more power to interpret statutes independently. Judicial deference, such as Chevron-style deference, was long criticized at the federal level. It allows agencies to effectively rewrite laws under the guise of interpretation, often granting agencies themselves excessive power and insulating their decision from meaningful judicial review. This practice, if it occurs either at the state or federal level, undermines accountability, allowing unelected officials to expand their authority beyond legislative intent. Deference can result in regulatory overreach, chilling economic freedom, and violating property rights. Deference allows the agency to assume the legislative power, the rule drafter, judicial power, the rule interpreter, and the executive power, the rule enforcer. In other words, deference allows agencies to be judge, jury, and executioner. While South Dakota is far better than the federal government related to judicial deference, our courts have been inconsistent, declaring they do not defer while also issuing extremely deferential decisions. Our next speaker will outline specific cases that demonstrate the need for South Dakota to pass a judicial deference statute. Enshrining South Dakota's deference doctrine in statute ensures that courts cannot put a thumb on the scale in favor of government and ensures that agencies exercise only the power the legislature has delegated to them. I ask for your favorable support of SB 134. I'll stand by for questions.
Thank you, Senator Peterson. At this time, again, we will go online at the request of the prime sponsor to Jim Manley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, I am still Jim Manley, still Pacific Legal Foundation, and very happy to talk with you folks about this bill this morning. This is sort of a piece with the last bill we talked about. It's about ensuring that when agencies are executing the laws that the legislature has enacted, that the agencies are acting consistently with the intention and the language of the legislation that the legislature has enacted. This is part of a national trend. There are more than a dozen states now that have reformed their deference doctrines, partially in response to the Supreme Court's decision rejecting Chevron deference. But it's an understanding among the states that putting a thumb on the scale in favor of government decision-making is not either protective of individual rights or of the legislature's authority to pass laws and determine what the law will be. As Senator Peterson mentioned, South Dakota is inconsistent on deference. The Supreme Court rejected deference in a 2015 case, but then in 2017 embraced the Chevron deference doctrine. So as one legal scholar who is a former colleague of mine put it, South Dakota rarely defers to administrative agencies except when it does. And so what this bill really does is clarify and simplify the standard so that it will be well known throughout the state and among courts and agency adjudications that South Dakota does not defer to agency decision-making, that the judges who are empowered to decide what the law is, to say what the law is, are the ones who should be making those judgment calls. And as I said, there are a dozen states that have already passed laws similar to this one. Idaho, Nebraska, Tennessee, Kentucky, Louisiana, Missouri, Oklahoma, Texas, and then just a week or two ago, Kansas enacted a similar law. And there are pending bills to do the same thing in almost a dozen other states. So South Dakota would be in good company in enacting this legislation, and particularly in a state like South Dakota where the courts have been inconsistent. It will provide consistency and predictability for the regulated public going forward. Thank you. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Manley. Next up, we have Jen Beving.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. I'm Jennifer Beving, registered lobbyist for Americans for Prosperity, and I'm here to support Senate Bill 134, which clarifies judicial deference to a state agency's interpretations of the statutes. I just wanted to kind of, if you haven't followed this a lot, kind of tell the story of kind of how this got started or why this is important. There was a case, if you haven't heard of it, the Loper-Bright decision. To very, very shorten this up, it was the federal regulations required fishermen to have a monitor on board their boat when they're fishing in the ocean. That was a rule, or that was a law. And then in some of the rules there, then some of them seemed like the fishermen also had to pay for that. And so some of these fishermen were going out of business because they had to pay for the regulators to be on their boat with them. And so that went up the courts, and some of them said, well, that's the rule, and that's what we're going to defer to, that rule. And so this kind of comes out of that. If there's a rule enacted there in an agency, what we're looking at having is the courts not just automatically defer to a rule there, for the courts to make an independent decision. And that has been clarified federally, but that doesn't automatically settle deference in South Dakota until we pass something like this. The standard, as Mr. Manley said, can be inconsistent. We don't do it until we do. And so that's just what we're looking to do here. SB 134 makes this clear and uniform. Courts and hearing officers may consider the agency's interpretation, but they may not defer to it automatically. And for that reason, and with that story, we would ask for a due pass on this, just to clarify what the interpretation and what the deference is in South Dakota. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Beving. Next up, at the request of the Prime, we'll go online to Taylor Walker.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, my name is Taylor Walker, and I am representing the Goldwater Institute. I rise today in support of SB 134. Across the nation, government agencies have applied overreaching interpretations of their own statutes, and this can then serve to expand their own power in regulatory proceedings, and their interpretations are then upheld by deferential courts. And such rulings can defy legislative intent and turn administrative agencies into lawmaking entities that step into the constitutional domain of the legislative branch of your domain. The status quo is woefully biased in favor of the government and can be harmful to Americans from all walks of life. And in fact, in 2024, as my colleagues mentioned, the United States Supreme Court finally overturned Chevron deference in the Loper-Bright case. And they recognized that agency deference is fundamentally unfair and that courts have the sole constitutional duty to interpret the law. And however, South Dakota courts still may defer to agency interpretations of laws or regulations currently. And as my friend Mr. Manley mentioned, have had contradictory rulings in years past. And it's been famously said that South Dakota rarely defers to administrative agencies except when it does. And SB 134 simply levels the playing field by requiring courts to review agency actions without deference. This provision will ensure that judges are neutral arbiters of justice rather than parties biased in favor of administrative power, by requiring them to review statutory interpretations anew. And in 2018, Arizona became the first state in the country to adopt this reform, and 17 other states have followed suit via either legislation or through court decisions. And adopting SB 134 will simply protect your constituents' constitutional rights before deferential judges and reclaim the legislative branch's sole authority to create law. And with that, we urge you to support this good bill, and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Walker. This time we'll go back to in-room testimony. Jason Golt, I believe you are up next.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, Jason Gloat, registered lobbyist for the National Federation of Independent Business, voice of small business. Small businesses thrive on clarity, predictability, and fairness in the law. When state agencies are given broad authority to interpret statutes without meaningful judicial review, it can create uncertainty and increase regulatory burdens on Main Street employers. A lot of our members, small businesses, they don't have in-house legal teams or compliance departments, so it's especially burdensome on small business. State deference doctrines can tilt that balance too far toward unelected regulators and away from legislative intent as well. And really for small business, it means clearer rules, greater accountability, a more level playing field. And NFIB supports this legislation because it promotes transparency, strengthens legislative authority, and provides the regulatory certainty that our members need to invest, hire, and grow. And with that, we thank you for your consideration and respectfully urge a favorable vote.
Thank you, Mr. Gloat. Is there any further proponent testimony on Senate Bill 134? I don't see anybody coming forward in the room. Is there anybody online who has not testified? So with that, we will close proponent testimony and open it up for opponent testimony. Is there any opponents to Senate Bill 134 in the room or online? Seeing none, we will waive rebuttal and go to committee questions and or action. Senator Larson.
Question for the prime sponsor. I just want to make sure that I'm accurately understanding. At this point in time, if we don't pass this, judges still have the discretion to defer or not as per their choice. Is that correct, or am I misunderstanding?
Mr. Chair, Sue Peterson, State Senator, District 13. That is correct in South Dakota.
Any further questions from the committee? Anybody care to make a motion? Senator Perry.
I move do pass and compliment the senator on her diligence and completeness.
Did we get a second from down there?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Senator Perry, do pass. Second from Senator, there you go, Senator Carr, the PPT. Any comments on the motion?
I have a comment, and that is the senator is very diligent and very complete in her work, and this is a good bill.
Comments on the motion? I think we heard a similar bill like this in judiciary last year, and it had some issues with it, and I'm happy to see that those issues appear to have been remedied. So with that, I would urge a yes vote on the motion. So the motion is do pass by Senator Perry, second by Senator Carr. Secretary, please call the roll.
Senator Dybert.
Aye.
Jensen. Excused. Carr.
Aye.
Kolbeck.
Aye.
Larson. Pischke.
Aye.
Voigt.
Aye.
Perry.
Aye.
Melhoff.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, we have 7 ayes, 1 nay, 1 excused.
Senate Bill 134, having received a majority of the votes, is hereby passed, and we'll go to the floor with the do pass motion. At this time, we will move on to our next bill, which at the request of Senator Howard, we're going to go to SJR 505, which this is a Senate joint resolution proposing and submitting to the voters at the next general election an amendment to the Constitution of the state of South Dakota, limiting the assessed value of real property and limiting real property taxes. Proponent testimony on SJR 505. Welcome, Senator Howard.
Thank you. Taffy Howard, District 34, and there is an amendment out there, so I would love it if you would move that. Should be A. Didn't know there was a B. Is B actually mine?
No.
Okay. A.
So we have a motion by Senator Perry, second by Senator Dybert to move SJR 505A. Is there any comments? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, the same. Motion carries. The bill is amended. So we're talking to 505 as amended.
Thank you so much. So Taffy Howard, District 34. So as amended, SJR 505 does only apply to owner-occupied homes. And this proposed constitutional amendment is really about doing one thing: keeping South Dakotans in their homes by bringing predictability and fairness back into the property tax system. Right now, the biggest problem homeowners are facing is volatility. A person can live in the same house, make no major improvements, have no increase in income, and still get hit with massive jumps in assessed value simply because the market moved. SJR 505 establishes a simple framework. It sets 2027 as a base year, and after that, it limits the annual increase in assessed value for owner-occupied homes to no more than 2% per year for tax purposes. It also creates a clear backstop. The total taxes on that property cannot be more than 1% of assessed value. There is a little limited carve-out if there's opt-outs or any other debt that's gone into before that time. But that means this isn't a permanent freeze. It is stability during ownership, and we need that stability. We've already seen what happens without it. In Millette County, homeowners in the town of Wood were told to expect a 1,500% increase in property values. Not because their lots suddenly improved 1,500% or they all built mansions overnight, but because everything was resetting to market value, and that was a requirement, and the people were going to suffer. Under SJR 505's framework, that kind of whiplash is what is prevented. You can still capture true market value when ownership changes, but you stop punishing a family simply because they stay put. Closer to my home, a KELOLAND-based analysis reported that in Pennington County, owner-occupied values rose 78.5% and taxes rose over 40% from 2019 to 2024. That is not a minor increase. That is a definition of pricing people out of their homes, even when they have done nothing wrong. In Minnehaha County, assessments have been rising year after year. One report notes average valuation increases of 18.4%, then 14.4%, then 9.1% across recent years. Those increases may make sense on paper in a market report, but they don't make sense when they show up in a homeowner's tax bill and they force families to cut what they're spending on groceries, delay medical care, or consider selling. This replaces that kind of volatility with a stable, understandable, knowable, and sustainable growth. I love the fact that with this, when you purchase your home, you can do the math. You can do the math, and you can figure out what your max taxes would be 10 years from now, 20 years from now, 30, 40, 50. And you can look at that and you can go, do I think my income is going to keep up with that? Probably yes, because this will dramatically slow that increase in taxes. So you know that. None of these, literally I have a constituent whose property, her assessed value increased 38% in 1 year. Her taxes went up 40% over 4 years. This will stop that. I know the most common argument against this proposal. It's not fair because a new homeowner may pay more in taxes than someone who's been in their home for years. That argument misses the point. A new homeowner is purchasing that home at today's market value. They are choosing to buy into today's value and market. What's unfair is when someone who's lived in the same home for 15 or 20 years, who didn't sell, didn't cash out, didn't realize a dime of that appreciation, is taxed as if they did. This is not a reward for being in a home longer. It's a protection against being taxed out of your home because of paper appreciation. Importantly, 505 does reset the market value of a home when there's a change in ownership. So it doesn't create a permanent locked-in system. It simply prevents volatility from crushing homeowners who stay put. This would help seniors on fixed incomes, young families trying to build equity, and working South Dakotans who simply want to live in the home that they've earned. Now, I want to address the argument that this is new or radical. It isn't. Multiple states already use the same basic homeowner stability concept. Cap the taxable value growth during ownership, reset it at sale. California has Prop 13, which I will remind people because we like to joke, not a lot of good comes out of California. But this was brought by the people, not the politicians. And it's been around since the late 1970s. So that does cap annual assessed value increases at 2% until change of ownership or new construction, and limits the general rate tax levy at 1%. Florida has Save Our Homes, which limits annual assessed value increases on homesteaded property to 3% or CPI, whichever is less, and resets when ownership changes. Oregon has Measure 50, which limits taxable value growth to 3% per year, with exceptions like new construction, and that is also paired with permanent tax rate limits. Michigan has Proposal A, which caps taxable value growth at the lesser of 5% or inflation until the property transfers, and then it uncaps. So what 505 does is not invent anything new, doesn't invent something out of thin air. It applies a proven policy tool, predictable growth during ownership with a reset at sale. And I want to push back again on the number one argument: new buyers will pay more than long-time owners. That's exactly why the reset at when you change ownership matters. The new buyer buys at today's price, but the long-term owner should not be treated as if they sold and cashed out when they didn't. So this stabilizes the system without freezing it, and it resets at sale and adjusts for improvements. This is a homeowner protection measure, and you really, I guess this depends on how you're coming at this issue. Are you coming at it from the issue of the government side, and you just want to protect those dollars, which are not really your dollars to begin with? They are the homeowners' dollars. Or are you coming at this from the homeowner's perspective? Are you working towards keeping them in their home when they want to stay in their home? That's the side I am coming from, and I'm asking you to be on that side. This is not a special interest carve-out. It's a homeowner protection measure. It creates predictability, fairness, and a constitutional boundary that says, in South Dakota, we don't allow runaway property tax growth to displace our own citizens. So I would love your support on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Howard. Further proponent testimony on SJR 505. I don't see anybody coming forward. Oh, we do have somebody coming forward. Good morning. Please introduce yourself and then proceed.
Good morning. I'm Eldon Rice, and I am here to talk about this bill. I've been studying an economist named Professor Hankey at Johns Hopkins University, who studied property taxes, decided to study them for over 25 years, 10 largest cities in the United States. And when the property tax went up regularly and excessively, the growth declined, or there was no growth, a reduction in number of population in 9 of the 10 cities. And the problems languished with not having enough money because they were leaving. So he says the ideal tax rate is about 1%. Now, we're all complaining about our taxes going up, but the reality is it's about 1% right now. By the way, Professor Hankey worked for President Reagan on an economic board and for several boards over the entire world, in Brazil and other places, so he's well respected, published. They may not have heard the name, I didn't. So what I like about the 2% rule is you inject some stability in when you go buy your house, like Senator Howard was saying. I think she did a good job of talking about that. When we have a large senior citizen population, and when they're deciding to move here, they have to know on their fixed incomes what they're going to be able to, what the tax rate's going to be. And we don't need the volatility in the housing market. I'm going to take a little different tack and mention that it does protect you from it going down too rapidly. I've lived in markets where the housing price went up by over double and then crashed back down again. The government doesn't need that kind of volatility. And of course, you don't realize the loss or gains until you sell it, so it's all on paper. But the government's dealing with the losses and the gains. So it also bottoms out the 2% that you can reduce it every year. So I think that's probably a good idea to protect the market or the income stream to the government. Now, we're in a different situation. You may not have been studying demographics like I have, but our birth rate's 1.6. This is the first year in the history of the United States that our population may decline. Since 1790, we've been going up. It's going down. We all are familiar with the term of supply and demand, and if the population continues to go down, there's going to be excessive supply and no demand, and we know what happens to property values. They're going to go down. So I am worried about that. We're seeing this great reduction in Rapid City area schools. They're down significantly. If they go down another 5%, they're probably going to go bankrupt. They're going to come to you looking for money. So this is a problem. We're going to have to rethink if you're worried, and I think you should be, if you're only going to get capped at 2%. Well, we also need to look at where we're going to cut taxes. And the schools are not serving nearly as many students as they used to be. I looked at Sioux Falls. The enrollment's pretty flat, goes up down a little bit, but of course the growth is tremendous. So the kids aren't coming to school. So we need to look at the reduction side too. That's it.
Thank you, Mr. Rice. Any further proponent testimony on SJR 505? We've got about 2 minutes left.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, committee. My name is Kathy Rice, Representative District 29. I'm just basically going to say me too. I think the stability and people, when they want to buy their homes, they know what they're going to predict in the years to come. Because I know too many of our elderly and young families that just bought their first home they're getting priced out of their homes, and that's what's hard. They're gonna have to sell their home and go back to renting when they worked really hard to get into that first home. So this helps the stability of that and helps our young families stay in their home, their first home that they're buying, and help, and our elderly that are getting priced out of our homes. And so I hope you vote green. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Rice. Further proponent testimony? Got about a minute remaining. I don't see anybody moving towards the microphone, and there's no one online, so we will close proponent testimony to SJR 505 and go to opponent testimony. And again, we're limiting testimony to 12 and a half minutes. Good morning. Welcome.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. I'm Wendy Semler. I am the Director of the Property Tax Division for the Department of Revenue. And although I've spoken to many of you individually, Senate State Affairs is not a common committee that I come before you. So before I get into my full testimony, I just want to do a quick little introduction. So I've been with the Department of Revenue in the Property Tax Division for, it'll be 20 years this summer, actually. And as a subject matter expert on the property tax system in South Dakota, my job when I come to a committee is to explain the implications of the ideas brought forward. And our property tax system has a lot of moving parts. Many of you have been around for a couple of years and you're quite aware that if you pull a string over here, then there could be a myriad of other ramifications that result from what happened over there. I see the whole picture. My role when I come before you is not to advocate policy preferences, but to explain the full implications of the ideas brought forward. So SJR 505 intends to bring changes to the South Dakota Constitution regarding both assessment and taxation of real property. As explained by the proponent or the sponsor, the proposal would do two primary things. First, it caps the annual increases in assessed value at 2%, beginning in the 2027 assessment year, unless there is a change in ownership, use, classification, or a physical change to the property. Then on top of that, it caps total property taxes at no more than 1% of the property's assessed value. So this is a version of California's Proposition 13. And I just want to point out there is a fallacy in comparing our tax system to other tax system. If it works in one state, it doesn't necessarily mean it works in ours. A lot of those other states have income taxes. They have natural resource taxes. They may have a high tourist taxes, or they may just get additional fees tack on. They have a different tax system. So that doesn't immediately equate that it will work great for the South Dakota. So let me begin with the issues of the assessment limitation. Article 11, Section 2, which this joint resolution would amend, currently requires that taxation be equitable upon all property. The general rule, as I mentioned, is that property can't increase more than 2% annually. However, it does allow the property to be further adjusted beyond the 2% limitation whenever there's a physical change or change in ownership or change in use. That immediately creates inequity in the tax distribution. Now, keep in mind, as written, this is any change in ownership. So even individuals wanting to do something as simple as estate planning would be further adjusted, and they would immediately see a higher tax bill. Now, I keep saying further adjusted because it is unclear exactly what that means. What are the parameters that the county assessor is meant to adjust? Do they use the market value, the current system that we have? Is it intended for the selling price? Because that was mentioned. Is it some other benchmark that they would need to use? Right now, that would be that's unclear. So the amendment that was passed is changing, it was originally for all real property. It is changing it to owner-occupied property. That doesn't make it better. In fact, I would say it creates more disparity, specifically amongst the residential property. County assessors do not assess people. They assess property. Owner-occupied and non-owner-occupied houses are assessed the same way. The market does not distinguish between who lives in a home and who rents it. Assessment practices cannot either. The only distinction for owner-occupied is the school general fund levy. It does not impact valuation. Standard assessment practice requires that similar homes in the same neighborhood be valued similarly, regardless of who owns them or how they are used. Under SJR 505, two identical homes sitting side by side could pay dramatically different property taxes based solely on ownership status. Same neighborhood, same services, same schools, same roads, different tax burden. That is not equity. That is disparity permanently written into our state constitution. Next, this proposal conflicts directly with existing statutory assessment requirements. South Dakota law requires that property be assessed at fair market value, but that the counties maintain a median level of assessment of at least 85%. That 85% requirement is not arbitrary. It exists so that the more than $700 million in state aid to education is distributed evenly across the state. The department equalizes counties to ensure school local effort is calculated uniformly because most school districts are in multiple counties. So if assessments are artificially capped and no longer reflect market value, counties will drift to dramatically different true levels of assessment, and the education funding formula is undermined. Significant restructuring will need to happen. And then we have the second part of SJR 505, the 1% taxation cap. The resolution states that property taxes on individual property, owner-occupied, may not exceed 1% of assessed value. So let me talk about the consequences of that. Right now, we have a home, as an example, of $300,000. They currently pay $3,500 in property taxes. Under this proposal, the tax bill would be $3,000 in year one. That's a $500 reduction in taxes. That money does not disappear. It must be either cut from services or shifted onto someone else. So does the school district reduce teachers? Does the county defer bridge repairs? Is this intended that, and what would likely happen, that it be shifted onto ag and other non-owner occupied property? Because local governments rely heavily, sometimes exclusively, on property taxes to operate. Their costs do not disappear simply because revenue is capped. Also, the question would be is how does that additional 1% from year to year, once this would be established, well, how would that get dispersed? Does it all go to the school districts? Does it all go to the county? Who would make that determination? If revenue is constitutionally capped and unpredictable, budgeting becomes speculative. Entities will not know what revenue they can legally collect. SJR 505 also does not take into consideration the process that taxing districts and county officials must go through for budgeting and creation of the tax bill. It would take an already tedious process and exacerbate it. There's also other significant administrative concerns. This proposal would create behavioral incentives that we don't currently see. Under today's system, assessed value and tax bill are not directly correlated. Levies adjust to meet budget needs. Under SJR 505, the relationship becomes direct. When a tax liability becomes directly tied to a value increase, you create incentives to delay improvements, avoid development, and bypass permitting processes. In closing, I want to acknowledge the concern that drives this proposal and the 50 others we've seen this session. There is no question that homeowners in rapidly growing areas, particularly the Black Hills area and Sioux Falls, have experienced significant valuation increases. That is the market. But freezing valuations at an arbitrary point in time does not solve the rising costs of government. It does not eliminate service demands of the taxpayers that are paying those taxes. It simply shifts the burden, reduces revenue, and embeds inequity into the system. And because this is a constitutional amendment, correcting any unintended consequences would be extraordinarily difficult. SJ 505 is not a minor adjustment. It is a structural rewrite of South Dakota's property tax framework that would bring severe ramifications for future generations of South Dakotans. I appreciate your time, and the department asks that you vote no on SJR 505. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Semler. Further opponent testimony on SJR 505. We're about 8.5 minutes, so.
Leaves me 4, Mr. Chairman. All right.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, Bill Van Camp. I'm a lawyer from Pier and a registered lobbyist for the South Dakota Retailers Association. And since I'm one of the 3 property tax buckets, I'm going to try to do this in 2 minutes so the ag bucket can get up and give his 2-minute pitch on why this is not a good idea. Shifting, Prop 13, there's a lot here to talk about. I also want to talk about the ballot and do it in 30 seconds. My brother used to live in California. I used to have him send me their ballot. It was hilarious. It was 40 or 50 pages. How are our voters supposed to wade through, and I trust the voters of South Dakota. I love having conversations with my family about the initiated measures and the constitutional amendments and what is on the ballot, but we're crowding it, we're flooding it. That's a problem. The retailers have taken a position that we don't need to overload the ballot. We get caught up in a lot of these issues. We have to fund the fights for or against them. We think it's problematic. Okay, Prop 13, I'm going to do this in 45 seconds. The third rail of California politics. It does reward you for holding your home a long time. There have been 9 amendments to that proposition since 1978, having to do with the ability to transfer that property to your kids or your grandkids, have that basis, almost create a separate basis in the property as you would at an IRS level so that you can transfer it around if it's in the same county. So the budget shortfalls that have caused in California have not been a great thing for California. They've shifted taxes around to find them from other places. That's what this would do. We aren't reducing costs, right? We're going to reduce the income that comes into the local governments and schools, and we've got to replace it. Who's going to pay it? It's going to be the businesses that pay property taxes. It's going to be the Aggies, and you'll hear from them next. I hope I didn't go over 2 minutes. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Please defeat this.
Thank you, Mr. Van Camp.
Good morning, Chair, members of the committee. Matthew Bogue, registered lobbyist for South Dakota Farm Bureau. I'll keep my comments brief. The former speaker talked about the tax shift. It's important to remember with property taxes, it's kind of like self-leveling concrete. Eventually, somebody has to pay. Specifically with this bill, our concern is really with 2 points. One, our members have always viewed that the Constitution is a hallowed document and we don't legislate through it. So putting something like this in the Constitution, just general aversion to doing that and see some dangers down the road. The second part, and it was mentioned in proponent testimony that, well, individuals who buy a home, they know what they're paying, they can just budget their property taxes in it. Our organization has always viewed that, as South Dakota grows, we want to provide opportunities for young individuals or families to move back to especially rural communities. In our opinion, what this bill does, or joint resolution, is it penalizes individuals to come back either back to the family farm, new development, because you're now saying that, well, as long as I hold my property for 40 years, I'm okay with passing that tax burden on to the young family next door. Urge a no vote.
Thank you, Mr. Bogue. Still a little time for any other opponent testimony, but there's not much. Good morning.
And on that note, good morning, Chair, members of the committee. Brenda Foreman, Executive Director and Registered Lobbyist for South Dakota Association of Cooperatives. On behalf of my cooperative members and our farmer producer owners, we do rise in opposition to SJR 505. I will just echo what has been said before, but I think one of the key things to remember in this conversation is this is a constitutional amendment, so please be very, very cautious as we move and do any changes to that document. So with that, we would ask the committee, based on prior comments, to oppose this bill. Thank you.
Thank you. We have time for Me Too's only. Time has expired. So if there's anybody who wants to get on the record as an opponent to this, go ahead.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. Taya Runyon, registered lobbyist for the South Dakota Cattlemen's Association. And just wrapping up that ag bucket, we too would be a Me Too in opposition.
Thank you. Further Me Too opponents on Senate Bill SJR 505? Seeing none, we will move to rebuttal.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Taffy Howard, District 34. I will admit to getting frustrated when blue badges come up here and say they're not trying to advocate for certain policy, but that's what it sounds like to me. And sometimes I wonder, do they just want us to go home because they are the subject matter expert on everything, so we should just Go home. We don't need to legislate anything. We are here representing our constituents. We are here to legislate and set policy. And I'm going to tell you, our constituents, they are the subject matter expert on their property tax bills, and they're being taxed out of their homes. Knocking on doors, I can tell you story after story. The widow who was in tears telling me she didn't know how she was going to pay her property taxes to stay in her home. The other lady, she wasn't a widow, but she was single, figuring out what she was going to sell in order to pay her property taxes. This, and the more research I've done on this, the more I am convinced this is an outstanding path forward for us to take to keep people to allow people to stay in their homes when they want to. I gave you guys several handouts. One of them says fiscal impact overview. I just want to touch on a few of those points because everyone wants to, hit on, oh, we're going to lose all this money. This is just going to devastate everyone. In the short term, what you would see is minimal immediate revenue loss. Mostly you're going to see some growth compression. Things are just not going to escalate as fast as they would otherwise. We do have some flexibility in our levies, so that would help cushion that impact. Medium to long term, you're going to see slower organic growth in the residential tax base. But that's because people are staying in their homes when they choose to stay in their homes. The greatest impact is where we need it the most, is in fast-growing counties. There will be limited impact in those stable or rural counties. That's a good thing. The impact of this is moderated because you will always have new construction. You will always have property sales. You will always have improvements and additions. You'll always have commercial industrial growth, ag valuation or changes. So you're always going to have things that impact that system and allow that revenue to grow. The impact to state aid on state aid for education, you're going to have slower owner-occupied growth, slightly lower local effort. Okay, and what that is going to do is over time you will see a slight shift in the state's portion of state aid to education. But the reality is our revenues grow faster than what we're seeing growth in students. So we should already be doing that. We should already be inching up on that increase in state aid to education to help our property tax owners out. And we have tools at the state level to manage this if we need to. We have the target teacher salary. We can work on, if anything needs to be done there. We have the index factor in the formula. There are other funding components. This is not a revenue elimination. Okay, this isn't a permanent freeze. What this is a volatility reducer, and that's what's killing our homeowners right now. It's going to provide stability, and it's going to moderate that growth. So I stand by for questions, and I urge your support on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Howard. Just so you know, I spent my career as a blue badge. And I was a very sharp tool. So, no offense taken.
Just a tiny bit.
So we will go to committee questions. Senator Colbeck.
Yes, for the prime. All right, so we are locked in on so many things. Unrealized gains, all of that stuff. What I struggle with is what if, we all know that property taxes are 100% locally collected and spent. So what if the cost of those items, schools, counties, cities, go up more than 3? We just had a bill that failed that caps growth. So I see those two conflicting because in the bill, growth will pay for it, but we just tamped growth down. What if we go up 3% on our fire protection or 2.5% on our schools? How do you see that playing out?
Mr. Chair. What no one wants to mention is that you always have the option to cut spending. So yes, there may be times where if there are some fiscal restraints needed, a county or a city may have to go, okay, well, we need to increase this by 3%. We are maxed out on our levies, so we are maxed out on what we can bring in revenue-wise. That's where you start looking at fees. You start looking at other sources of revenue. And that's where the legislative body could come in and say, okay, you know, we need to address this. Maybe we need an additional fee for this, a user fee. People struggle much less with a user fee when they know they have the option to use it or not use it, you know, but everyone in the district needs fire protection. So there are ways we can handle this, and other states are doing just that. So yes, there may be times when there may be a little a pinch in revenue, but I would argue that we need some spending cuts. Nobody wants to talk about that. They just want to talk about the counties and the city and the state needs to get their revenue. That is the taxpayers' money. That is not our money to begin with. And I'm really tired of coming at it from that perspective versus the taxpayers' perspective. So that's how I want you to look at this and come at this. We can address all the problems that come up. We have that ability. We're smart. We're legislators. So, all right, thank you.
We're very sharp tools. Senator Perry.
For the prime. For the people that are online and the people that are concerned about taxes, could you explain just exactly what happens if we say yes today or if we said no today? And if we say yes, what's the next path and who ultimately will make the final decision?
Mr. Chair? Well, you know, there are still some bills out there, some bills I do not like, and some other bills that may be a little bit better. One option I would say that I'm not a fan of is creating a new revenue stream, an entirely new tax. That's not what this is. So I do like this proposal. I would say this is the best proposal out there. And the reason it is somewhat vague in implementation is because it is going into the Constitution. So we don't put every single detail into our Constitution. We do allow this body to have some effort in there. And I think I may have wandered a little bit from your question, so if you want to get me back on track.
No, that's all right. The question was, if we said yes to this today, what are the next steps in order for this to be enacted? And who makes the ultimate decision if it does become a constitutional program?
Right, Mr. Chair. So the next step, if this passes, if it were to pass out of the legislative body, it would be put on the ballot and the people would get to decide. And I think that's a really, that to me, I mean, we are here to represent the people, but our citizens are telling us they are struggling. So why not allow them to have a say on this? So I appreciate that question because it does point out that ultimately we're just asking that you allow the citizens to have a voice in this. And I think if they did, they would respond loudly that this is an awesome way forward for property tax relief.
Senator Pischke.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll stick with you, Senator Howard.
Thank you.
Well, since you're in the chair, first and foremost, I mean, as you know, you gave us a lot of credence as legislators that we're smart people. You might want to backtrack on that a little bit. I mean, some of us are not all created equal, but nevertheless, I digress. Anyway, I guess my question is, and I guess I'll preface this, like, you made a lot of good points, and I applaud you from trying to attack this from the taxpayer's point of view. And I appreciate that greatly because I have a lot of people in my Minnehaha County that also complain about property taxes as well. But I also hear a lot of good points from Ms. Semler as well, and she talks about the points she makes. So I guess what I'm getting at is, and I know you've studied Prop 13 in California extensively. What are some of the unintended consequences that came from Prop 13, and where do you think that this is going to lead us in South Dakota if this were to pass? Because yes, I understand spending cuts. I agree with you, but you can only squeeze so much out of that onion. And at some point, there's going to have to be other decisions made to have some revenue from some specific things. So with all that said, I think I hope you understand my question, is that where are we going to get some of that revenue at certain times if you need it for fire or you need it for ambulance? How is that going to work if this is capped on our property tax homeowners?
Mr. Chair. So first of all, I'm just going to assume he's giving me permission.
He said
Prop
okay.
13 did impact all property classes in California, so this is just limited to owner-occupied. So that right there alleviates some of that concern. What happened in California, and we can learn from that, but they did, it is California. They have terrible fiscal policy. They are not South Dakota. They aren't fiscally responsible with their money in the first place. So they ended up like with a bunch of user fees, you know, because they were limited on what they could bring in from property taxes. I don't believe we would go down the same road as California, but that is an option, and there are things that we are paying for right now that probably should legitimately be user fees instead of a broad tax. So that's always an option. And then I go back to spending cuts as well. So there are ways we can address this. We may have to be creative if we get into that situation. But I think we need to turn everything on its head, and instead of saying, what does the county and the city and the state need for revenue? And we need to say, what is the taxpayer able to give? And this is where this is coming from. We're saying, this is what a property owner is able to give. Live within your means. So.
Last one yet.
Thank you.
Senator Carr.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I might have missed this. There's a lot of information. Talk to me about how this SJR 505, as it relates to the opt-out provisions that we have, because we're talking about the caps and the limits. Does this prohibit opt-outs? Does it still allow opt-outs? What's going on there?
Mr. Chair? It would still allow opt-outs as long as you're staying, as long as the levy is, the property taxes is below that 1% max. So if you're not hitting your max levies, you can still do an opt-out. There is a provision in there that if the opt-out is already in place, that will go forward until it runs out. But any new opt-outs, you would have to live within these limits. Yeah.
I know you've spent some time looking at probably these limits, and can you give us an idea, or how often are we maxing out the levies?
Mr. Chair, I have not looked at that specifically. I believe we, you know, I don't know, maybe the former county commissioner could answer that better. I thought we were maxing out quite regularly, but maybe I'm wrong on that.
Thanks for trying. Thank you.
Yeah.
Further questions, Senator Perry.
This question will be for the proponent and then also for the opponent. And the question is really simple. As we do this program, if we said yes, and like the wall on television, we lock it in, what's the advantage of locking it in just simple talk? And then Wendy, we'd like to hear what the disadvantage is.
Mr. Chair. Yes. Can she go first? No, I'm just kidding. The advantages are that we are no longer taxing people out of their homes. I mean, that is the bottom line. People are being taxed out of their homes. And when you have, like the example I have, and I have another one from a gal who sent me her information as well, when you have your assessed value increase 38% in 1 year and your taxes go up 40% in 4 years, did your income go up by that much? No. Nobody's income is, well, I mean, maybe one or two, but nobody's income is going up by that much. So no one can keep up with this. So either we deal with this or we have the attitude that I faced my first year here when I brought my first property tax relief bill, and I thought, wow, this is just great common sense. This will help everyone across the state, and regardless of where you live, but the places that are really struggling, it would really help them. And I was told by a fellow legislator, you know, basically you chose to live where you live. The attitude was, we don't care, because there's somebody that will come behind you and pay cash for your home and maybe come from California, and they can afford to pay those taxes. So I care about the people who have stayed in the state, who have raised their families here, who have started businesses here, and who are struggling to stay in their homes. And this is a legitimate, tried and true path forward. So I would ask for your favorable vote.
Ms. Simler. Could you restate the question while Ms. Semler's coming forward, Senator Perry?
Yes. Very simply, with the SJR 505A, should we lock in that rate? And when we lock in this program that we're locking in, that what would be the distinct advantage or what would be the disadvantage?
Mr. Chair, Wendy Semler, Department of Revenue, Property Tax Division. So some of the downfalls for Proposition 13 concept is it incentivizes long-term home ownership, which means that there are less houses available, which often then drives up, low supply, high demand. So then it often drives up higher selling prices, which then obviously that is harder for anyone that is buying new, whether it is the evil out-of-staters or if it is the new family that is wanting to upgrade, whether or not it is an elderly individual that wants to downsize. It keeps people in their homes. So that has a plus and a minus. And I'm coming at it from the perspective of of both the economic side of things, but also the taxpayers' side of things. So there would be less houses on the market. It would, and then also it could potentially also hurt any new development of houses because, again, if people are unable to afford because there's, if it could disincentivizes the housing mobility is what I'm trying to say. I'm not saying it very well, so I apologize. But then also there is that budgetary issue of the insurance, the insecurity for the local government since they're the ones that rely on the property taxes.
Further questions?
If I may ask another question?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Specific question about property tax specific fees, I guess is where I'm going. For example, I know there was a situation in Davidson County pretty recently where they were not going to have EMS service to the rural parts of Davidson County, only in Mitchell. And they took a vote to increase their property taxes, I think was a specific fee or charge on their property tax bill so that they would have EMS services to rural Davidson County. With this proposal, they would still be able to do that. Is that correct?
Mr. Chair, Wendy Semler. Department of Revenue. So yes, so what you're talking about is called a special assessment. So what this proposal would impact is what we call the ad valorem taxes, which is the taxes according to value of the property. Special assessments are usually more of a lump sum amount, saying we are going to charge and I don't know exactly what they ended on, but let's just say $500 per household within our district. So then every house would have a special assessment. It is separate, and it is that is on the tax bill, but it is a separate type of mechanism for taxation. And this proposal does allow for districts to continue to do that.
Mr. Chair, follow up to that then, would this proposal then also cap those special assessments? Because you made the comment earlier about how one person's been in their house for 30 years, they are not paying the same amount for the services, but with the special assessment like I just talked about, would those also raise at the same rate, so that's basically a fairness issue for that specific special assessments? Understand the question?
Mr. Chair, yeah, I believe I do. And it's a very good question because it does, now that I reread it, it does say special assessments prior to July 1 of 2028, but that's also tied to the language regarding indebtedness, because special assessments aren't indebtedness per se. It could be, so it's hard to say. Ultimately, all of the taxing districts do have a maximum levy, like a ceiling that they can never ever go above, and special assessments do fall under that ceiling as well. But initially, my take on this is that special assessments will still be able to be tacked on above and beyond the limitation that is here. That is my take on that. But rereading this, I wouldn't mind kind of diving in a little bit further. Correct.
Senator Dybert. Thank you. You know, I thought I knew something about property taxes, but every day I learn more. So my question is for Ms. Semler. We're talking about a cap on mill levies. I understand parts of that, but tell me, what's the maximum mill levy a county or a city can put on property taxes?
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
So the maximum for the general fund for counties is a $12 levy, and the maximum for cities is a $27 levy.
Further questions from the committee? Seeing none, we'll close questions and go to committee discussion and or action. Senator Dibert. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've got several notes here, so bear with me. I'll try to make it brief. First of all, most of the mill levies in the counties and cities flirts with 4. A lot of them are less. In my area, they're much less. And if we do this, the way you come up with your mill levies, you take your tax ask and you divide it by your valuations. So if your valuations go down, your tax ask stays stagnant, mill levies go up because you still have to collect the money. So in my district, where the county mill levy is 2.81, if the values go down, that's going to go up to 4 or 5 or 6 or 12 based on the lowering of the values, because you're still going to generate that revenue, even if you don't increase your tax ask in your budget. It's the same for municipalities. The mill levies are going to go up because your assessed values go down. The school district's different. We set that mill levy here, and we set it based on local need. So we're going to drive that mill levy up because we have local need stays the same. If values go down, the mill levy goes up. So that's, you have to understand those fundamentals, right? Secondly, there's not a way for counties just to say, hey, arbitrarily, we're going to have a frontage fee. They have to go through the process that was described. A city can do that. They can do a frontage fee, they increase water, they can increase sewer. Counties would have to do it by a special assessment, which is a vote. So you should not be doing special assessments for operational expenses, in my opinion. How do you budget that? Because you would always have these other fees. They'd be ongoing. The other thing is we have this concept that people are being taxed out of their homes. And I've researched several counties, and we've never seen anybody to really have to leave their home. But beyond that, the uncollected tax percentage for counties and cities is at the all-time low. We saw that. We had a bill earlier this year that they didn't have to have that extra cash on hand because uncollected taxes are so low. And then now I'm going to go on to another thing here. I had a call from a client in California the other day, and they said, hey, I have ag ground, and I just got a letter that they're going to put a fee on me per acre because they don't have revenue. So they're coming up with new fees. Legislation would allow that, so that's why you've seen amendments on Prop 13. But finally, and most important to me, is this forces you to stay in your home. You no longer have an option to move out of your home. Think of it that way. I have a large home because I had a large family. I would love to downsize. If this goes through, I won't be allowed to downsize because my total expenses will be higher than what I'm in now. So I won't move. So the large family that needs my large home cannot buy it because it's not going to go on the market. So you have to understand what happens if this goes in place. And so I think with those things considered, there's some merit here, but not near enough to support it. I would also ask that why aren't we just out getting signatures if we want this on the ballot? Why are we legislating it? So thank you. Thank you, Senator Dibert. Further discussion from the committee and or action?
Mr. Chair.
Senator Pischke.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, I'm going to make a motion of do pass.
We have a do pass motion from Senator Pischke.
Second.
We have a second from Senator Carr. Comments on the motion?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, I don't know how this is going to go because I see we still have a member out and we might have to defer, but nevertheless, I appreciate the idea and the thought brought forward by Senator Howard. I always reckon back to what my dad told me as a young adult and going into my budgeting process. You know, spend with what you have. Stay in your means. Don't go into unnecessary debt. Don't spend money you don't have. And that's the concepts that I've really had to stand by for my last decade for other circumstances. But nonetheless, I think it's a good stance to have as an individual and as a government. And I understand that there's always inflationary things and needs of the people and things that we need to spend money on as government. But if you have less inputs, it forces less spending. I mean, that's really what we're getting at here. And yes, we can make the argument that the county government should spend more money, the school board should spend less money, but if you give them less money, it forces them to spend less money, or they opt out. So I think that there's obviously going to be changes that will come if this were to be put into the Constitution. There's no doubt about that. I think the idea of special assessments for certain things that a county wants to have, like I brought up with Davison County, I think that would be something that is implemented maybe in more counties. A specific fee on your property taxes for specific things that the people there want. That makes sense to me. I disagree with the former speaker on that. He thinks that it should be just broad and wide. I think it should be more specific. So I think that this is a good discussion. I think we should send it to the floor, and I just appreciate the senator for bringing the idea.
Senator Dybert.
I'll keep it brief. Of course, I don't support the motion. I'll point out that county government, 80 to 90% is mandated by this body and what they provide. So they're going to have to do, in your theory, special assessments to pay mandated fees. So if we're going to look at something like this, there should be layers of legislation to deal with those issues. So how do you cut spending when you're mandated to give those services? So I won't be supporting this motion.
Senator Carr, did you have a comment?
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate the discussion, and I just want to say, Ms. Semler, that was the longest opponent testimony that kept me engaged. That was very impressive. Should have had you on that task force this summer. I liked it. Good discussion. I think that there are we're making fundamental changes, and there's always trade-offs. In every single property tax plan we've discussed, there's these trade-offs. We have to decide, what does the landscape look like, what's right, what's fair, et cetera. I think, for me, I always try to boil things down, and this is what I'm sitting here thinking about as I'm listening to the explanation and the trade-offs. It sounds like there are some avenues to still address funding at the local level. And I kind of think of it like my vehicle. I have a 20-year-old truck, and when I bought that, I paid whatever the sales tax was on that purchase price. And I know probably the senator next to me has the brand new version of that truck, and so when he paid that sales tax, it's higher, but we still get the same amount of services, and we get to drive on the same roads. So there's kind of my analogical thinking on that. And knowing that there's still some other mechanisms that were brought up that can still address some of those needs. And then I think, yes, this will put a greater burden on the state share. But that's why I've also been advocating to keep our sales tax low and not erode it on other things. So if we want to make a fundamental shift and we want to take care of these higher, the higher demand in services, we can ratchet it up and we can make a decision to pay for those services through that process. So that's why I'm going to support this.
Senator Perry.
Thank you. Whenever we do these things, it's really difficult, but I'm going to support this. I still have some questions, and the questions that would be like on geography. Is somebody in Hecla going to benefit as much as somebody in Rapid City? Will inflation make a difference in the future on our decision today? But, you know, we can always make changes. However, this is a constitutional program, and the people are going to make the final decision. But once it gets into the Constitution, it's harder to make changes. So we want to make sure that we're doing the right thing. But I think doing nothing is not the right thing. I think we need to move forward. We'll get this on the floor, and we'll have some really good debate. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm going to resist the motion only because I think we just have too many things in play. We've had a bill to limit growth. Last year, we passed a bill. We've got numerous bills that are in play here. Now, if this goes to it, I think that this is going to stall the opportunity to start talking about it. Because if this SJR goes, I'm not sure how the rest of the session is going to play out, whether bills pass or fail. So I do agree with the good senator on a lot of it. I really, really do. I just don't think this is the right avenue to put it to a vote.
Further comments? Senator Larson.
Mr. Chair. Well, I also appreciate the prime sponsors, like the spirit behind this, but at the same time, I can't believe I'm the one to say let's not California or South Dakota, but the unintended consequences of this over the long term are pretty extensive, and I don't think we understand them that well, but they were certainly pointed out by the Department of Revenue over there. So what this does to local governments and other fees and taxes that would arise because of it, I just think it's too much for us right now, and it's not the right path. Thank you.
You said exactly what I was going to say. I see so many problems with this bill when you make an artificial freeze on something. I see 80-year-old people who are stuck in their house because they can't afford to sell it. And I see young people who can't afford to buy a house because, number one, their parents and grandparents are foisting the burden for all the services onto them. As young people buying houses, buying their first house. Whenever I run into folks who come to South Dakota because they wanted to escape the state they lived in, I always tell them, remember that you're a refugee, you're not a missionary. And here we're bringing California policy to South Dakota, and I think that's a travesty, frankly. I'll be voting no on this. Secretary, please call the roll.
Senator Dybert.
No.
Jensen, excused. Carr.
Aye.
Colbeck.
No.
Larson. No. Pischke.
Aye.
Voigt.
Aye.
Perry.
Aye.
Melhoff.
No.
Mr. Chairman, we have 4 ayes, 4 nays, 1 excused.
Well, the motion, having failed to get a majority, is lost at this time. Is there a substitute motion?
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
I move to table.
Second.
We have a motion to table from Senator Dybert, second from Senator Colbeck. Comments on the motion?
Point of order.
Oh, no comments. Oh, thank you for reminding me again. I always seem to forget that. Thank you. Secretary, please call the roll.
Senator Dybert.
Aye.
Jensen, excused. Carr.
No.
Colbeck.
Yes.
Larson.
Aye.
Pischke.
No.
Voigt.
No.
Perry.
No.
Melhoff.
Aye. Aye.
Mr. Chairman, we have 4 ayes, 4 nays, 1 excused.
We are deadlocked, having received 4, so we'll defer action on this until we have a full committee.
And really losing people.
So we'll move on to our next item on the agenda, which is Senate Bill 145. Revise the limitations on a municipality's power to take action for the promotion of health or the suppression of disease. Senator Pischke.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and
Proponent testimony.
members of the committee. My name is Senator Tom Pischke, Senator from District 25, and I reside in the greatest municipality in the state, known as Del Rapids. And as the room is clearing out, obviously this bill is not nearly as exciting to the public. Nevertheless, here's my pitch. Today, we consider a proposal rooted in 2 principles that should never conflict: protecting public health and protecting constitutional liberty. This bill affirms that municipalities have the authority to act decisively in the promotion of health and the suppression of disease. That authority matters. We have learned, sometimes painfully, that local governments must be able to respond quickly to emerging threats. Disease does not wait for lengthy deliberation. Public health requires preparedness, clarity, and local flexibility. But this bill also recognizes something equally important. Emergency authority must not become unlimited authority. In the absence of a declaration of martial law, this proposal makes clear that no public health measure, whether enacted by ordinance or resolution, may infringe upon the free exercise of religion, freedom of speech, freedom of the press, and the right to peacefully assemble, the right to petition government, the lawful activities within one's home or privately held business, or the right to keep and bear arms. This is not radical. It's our foundational language in our Constitution. The Constitution does not disappear in difficult times. The First Amendment is not optional when circumstances become challenging. The Second Amendment is not suspended because a council passes a resolution. And the sanctity of the home and the lawful operation of private enterprise are not privileges granted by the government. They are rights retained by the people. What this bill does is strike a careful balance. It empowers municipalities to promote health and suppress disease clearly and affirmatively. At the same time, it draws a bright constitutional boundaries. It tells our citizens, your government may act to protect you, but it may not trample on your liberties in that process. Some may argue that such limitations constrain local leaders in moments of crisis. I would argue the opposite. Clear limits provide clarity. They provide guidance. They reduce litigation. They ensure that when action is taken within the rule of law and the respect for our fundamental rights. History teaches us that emergency powers, once expanded without guardrails, are rarely surrendered easily. This bill ensures that we do not drift into that territory. It reinforces that extraordinary measures require extraordinary legal circumstances, such as the formal declaration of martial law, not simple administrative convenience. We're not choosing between safety and liberty. We're choosing to defend both. Public trust depends on the belief that government action will be measured, lawful, and respectful of constitutional protections. When citizens know their rights are secure, they're more likely to cooperate, to engage constructively, and to support public health initiatives. This legislation strengthens that trust. It says, yes, protect the public, yes, respond to disease, but also do so ensuring the framework of the Constitution. Do so with constraint, do so with respect. Colleagues, this bill is about balance, it's about clarity, and above all, it's reaffirming that even in challenging times, we remain a nation of laws. I urge you to support Senate Bill 145 and send to the floor with a due pass recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there further proponent testimony on Senate Bill 145? Seeing none, we will move to opponent testimony on Senate Bill 145. Good morning. Careful.
Getting old, Mr. Chairman. Yvonne Taylor with the South Dakota Municipal League. We rise to oppose Senate Bill 145. It was kind of a nice little trip down memory lane. I had to dip into the Representative Pischke files to come up with the testimony on the last time this was here. This bill would effectively gut most of what cities and towns do. When people live in a town, they make an agreement of sorts to all live by the same set of rules. It lets us live close to other people and still enjoy our private property. I can sit in my backyard on a nice summer day and know that my neighbor, who's a lovely man named Ben, can't burn tires 20 feet from my little pagoda. The way we develop and enforce these rules is by electing a city council to represent us, and we are free to attend all of their meetings and discuss the rules and make any changes we'd like to see. This section of the law has been in place pretty much unchanged since 1890. It was 25 years after the Civil War when it was enacted. We've been through the Spanish-American War, the Philippine-American War, World War I, World War II, the Korean War, the Vietnam, Afghanistan, and Iraq wars, and we've been through 2 global pandemics since this law was put in place. I think we have adequate history to show that we have used these responsibilities, or these abilities responsibly. This bill says that unless martial law has been declared, we cannot do many things. abridge a person's freedom of speech, for example. So if you have someone standing outside of your business yelling obscenities, don't call us, because there's nothing we could do about it. We cannot interfere with the right of people to peaceably assemble. So if every group in town wants to have a parade every day and have the staging area in front of the emergency room doors, because that's a nice parking lot, don't call us. We can't do anything about it. We can't interfere with the activities within any person's residence or privately held business. So go ahead, mix up a batch of meth and start beating your kids. There's nothing we can do about it. The elderly lady who lives next door to you, you haven't seen her for a few days, you knocked on the door, nobody answered, don't call us. There's nothing we could do about it. This bill removes the laws of a civil society and would force us to ignore the interests and the needs of our citizens. We urge you to vote no on this bill. Thank you.
Further opponent testimony on Senate Bill 145.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Justin Smith, attorney from Sioux Falls, registered lobbyist for the Infectious Disease Prevention Network. I'll start out by disagreeing with Senator Pischke, not just on the bill, but Sioux Falls is the best municipality in the state. What is the problem that Senate Bill 145 seeks to address? Where are the citizens who have allegedly been harmed by emergency municipal measures? How are the First and Second Amendments to the U.S. Constitution inadequate to protect these rights today? The new language in the bill simply copies and pastes those rights into Section 932(1), so what is the point? If the goal is to somehow avoid all the longstanding judicial precedents dealing with public health and these rights, first, that won't work, since you're effectively copying all the precedent with the bill language, and second, federal law preempts state law, especially the U.S. Constitution. If the bill passes, the statute is still going to say municipalities may do what is, quote, necessary or expedient for health or disease suppression, but then adds prohibitions so broad that many meaningful public health actions will predictably be challenged as unlawful. The result is the grant of power becomes largely illusory in the very scenarios it's meant to address, outbreak and response prevention. The First and Second Amendment constraints are already protected. Municipalities are already bound by the U.S. Constitution. This bill just repeats those, except puts in place broader interference language. This rejects the principle of subsidiarity in the one area where local tailoring matters most. Disease conditions are local. An outbreak in one city may not exist in another. A philosophical commitment to localism or subsidiarity would normally support municipal flexibility. But this moves in the opposite direction by stripping local tools precisely when local tailoring is most rational. We in South Dakota believe in local control over local issues. If cities cannot act without risking statutory violations, pressure in these outbreaks or in these scenarios will shift upward to the state level in the case of inaction by the municipalities. That centralizes decisions farther from local conditions and makes every health measure a statewide political fight. When outbreaks happen, local leaders will be blamed for failing to act, yet SB 145 gives them fewer lawful options. This will also slow the response time. Outbreak control frequently requires quick action. If every step can be challenged as interfering with residents and businesses, officials will delay or avoid action. This bill is entirely a minefield for litigation, which is the only enforcement mechanism in this bill. That leads to greater taxpayer expense for all the legal fees. It leads to delays and delays and delays in responding to public health emergencies. So it's the public taxpayers and public health that will pay the price. We ask you to please defeat this measure as entirely unnecessary, and I'll stand by for questions. Thank you.
Further opponent testimony on Senate Bill 145.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, my name is Justin Bell. I'm a registered lobbyist for the South Dakota State Medical Association. I would associate most of my comments with what Mr. Smith just said. I won't repeat those. I will just have a couple additional comments. One, interestingly enough, as Mr. Smith said, most of what's in this bill is already protected by the First Amendment, the Second Amendment, and other amendments to the United States Constitution. I think if you read this bill closely, It actually is trying to authorize it if martial law is declared, that you can violate the Constitution of the United States, which I think is kind of interesting. It actually potentially weakens those protections rather than strengthens them. So I think just maybe the drafting of the bill has an issue as it relates to that specific issue. But our client's main objection as it relates to this is really what the bill would do, because the rest of the stuff's in the Constitution, is on line 12 of the bill, where it says that you can't prohibit or interfere with activities within a person's residence or privately held business. That's really what this bill is about, is that one sentence. And I would submit that that language is extremely broad. We don't know what public health emergencies may happen in the future. We know that this power has been used extremely limitedly in the past. But I would ask this court to believe in, or not court, excuse me, this committee to believe in local control and to allow municipalities in public health emergencies to have some authority to regulate in those situations. And other than that, I would say that we would associate ourselves with prior opponents. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bell. Further opponent testimony on Senate Bill 145.
Mr. Chair, members of the committee, Tim Rave representing Sadaho. Well, the sponsor of the bill and I would agree on one thing. Del Rapids is America's hometown, so appreciate that, a shout out. But you know, I think I would associate myself, one, with all the previous remarks, and I would only add, I think, an interesting twist. We have one municipally owned hospital in the state, and I have read this bill numerous times, and I'm not a lawyer, so somebody way smarter than me could tell me. I'm still not sure what rights are taken away from that facility because the municipality now has no power over them. I don't know what they can and can't do. I don't know what can or can't be allowed in the building or not allowed. To me, the vagueness there, I still don't understand the ramifications. For that reason and all the previous comments, I'd ask you to defeat the bill and stand by for questions. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Ray. Further opponent testimony. I don't see anybody in the room moving towards the mic. We have one opponent online, Carmen Toft. Are you ready to go?
Good after. Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. My name is Carmen Toft with American Families for Vaccines Action Fund and South Dakota Families for Vaccines.
I'm just going to tell you we got about a minute and a half left, so please keep it brief if you can. Thank you.
No problem. Thank you. Also with South Dakota Families for Vaccines, I'm a resident of District 10, and I echo the sentiments of Mr. Smith, including his point about Sioux Falls and the other opponents, and encourage you to oppose Senate Bill 145. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Toft. Seeing no further opponent testimony, we'll give time for rebuttal.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Again, Senator Tom Pischke from Del Rapids. Just a few things to comment here. I applaud Mrs. Taylor for looking up this bill that I brought when I was over in the House. I would say, as a proud wacky in this legislature, I would submit that this legislation does not gut what municipalities can do. It does not remove the laws of a civil society. It reaffirms what it says in the Constitution. Mr. Smith talked about what's the problem. Well, the problem is during the COVID era, we saw interference of local municipalities over some of these rights. We saw ordinances that said you couldn't go to church and you couldn't go into certain businesses. And that's what the point of this legislation is trying to get at here. Now, to Mr. Bell's point, as it relates to weakening the Constitution, I would submit that that legislative intent is actually to strengthen our constitutional rights. Now, maybe it's not written correctly as from the LRC draft. I don't want to throw them under the bus, but that is the legislative intent here, is to strengthen our constitutional rights. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I will stand by for questions.
Are there any questions from the committee? Seeing none, we'll move to discussion and/or action. Senator Colbeck?
Yeah, just a little discussion. I came in as a yes, but I think I'm going out as a no. I do think that there's some things. I was thinking that the issues, a lot of the issues that came up about not going to church, I think that came from the diocese and other things. But stripping this out of the municipalities, I got a real problem with it right now.
Mr. Chair. Go ahead.
Senator Perry.
Mr. Chair, you mentioned discussion and/or action.
Yes.
Action moved to the 41st day. Second.
We have a motion and a second. I know you wanted to make some discussion, but maybe you could make some discussion on the motion.
I just want to make sure that 41st day was the motion. Okay, I'm going to resist that motion, primarily because this statute is one sentence, and you can make it to mean almost anything you want it to mean. Yeah, it's been around for a long time. I teach self-defense law, and most of our self-defense laws were written in 1890s. But most of them are very specific. They're not this open-ended where every municipality can really kind of write their own rules. So I'm not going to support the 41st. I think we should pass this. I think it strengthens our Constitution, and that's what we're here to do. We're here to work for the people. Thank you.
Further comments on the motion? Seeing none, we have a 41st day motion by Senator Perry, second by Senator Voigt. 41st day. Secretary, please call the roll.
Senator Dybert.
Aye.
Jensen.
No.
Carr, excused. Colbeck.
Aye.
Larson. Aye. Pischke.
No.
Voigt.
Aye.
Perry.
Aye.
Melhoff.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, we have 6 ayes, 2 nays, 1 excused.
The 41st day motion, having received a majority of the votes, is hereby passed, and Senate Bill 145 is lost. So we will go back to Senate Joint Resolution 505. We were at an impasse on that. And
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion to move it to the floor without recommendation.
we have a motion to move it to the floor without recommendation.
Second.
We have a second. That is generally not my preference. That is the motion by Colbeck, second by Dybert, to move SJR 505 to the floor without recommendation. Any comments? Seeing none?
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Substitute motion. I would move that we defer action on SJR 505 to Monday, February 23rd, the 26th legislative day.
Second.
Motion by Pischke, second by Jensen, to defer action till our next meeting, which will be on Monday.
Mr. Chair, comments?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, I think that's, since we still have an even number of members of the committee, I think that is the more appropriate motion, and I would hope that we would all support that so that we all can be present in the committee to vote on this proposed constitutional amendment. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
That's assuming everybody is here on
That's
Monday.
that's a big assumption, I understand, but that's what I
Senator
proposed
Dybert.
the amendment for, or the motion.
Procedure question, this is a voice vote because it's not final disposition, is that correct?
You can do either.
We can do either.
It's up to you.
Yeah, I'm going to call the roll.
More discussion.
Is there any more discussion?
Just in support of that deferral. I probably would support this bill, but I really would like a chance to go and listen to the testimony, both pro and opposed. So.
I appreciate that. Senator
I guess why I made the motion is I thought we're up against crossover day. Does Monday count?
Monday, you can still do it. Yeah, we can still do it.
We can still do it Monday.
They waived the rules, so you can put it on. It'll just be on crossover.
Any more discussion? So the motion is to defer by Senator Pischke, second by Dybert. Secretary, please call the roll.
Second by Jensen.
Second by Jensen. Please call the roll.
Senator Dybert.
Aye.
Jensen.
Aye.
Carr, excused. Colbeck.
Aye.
Tonight.
Yes.
Larson. Pischke.
Aye.
Voigt.
Aye.
Perry.
Aye.
Melhoff.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, we have 8 ayes, 1 excused.
Motion having received a unanimous vote is passed. We will take that up on Monday. I will entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Motion by Pischke, second by everybody else. I think Jensen, all in favor, say aye. Aye. We're adjourned.
As South Dakota's public media network, SDPB serves everyone with transparency, integrity, and commitment to open access. Good, useful, and full of wonder. SDPB. SDPB helps shape South Dakota's future by educating, informing, and inspiring the next generation of thinkers, leaders, and creators. SDPB. Good, useful, and full of wonder. SDPB serves South Dakota through an interconnected communication system that is on 24/7, 365. The first place for Amber Alerts, public safety announcements, and EAS messages. SDPB keeps public servants and citizens informed. Good, useful, and full of wonder. SDPB. SDPB brings you closer to your government. With gavel-to-gavel coverage of the South Dakota legislature and in-depth reporting from Pierre. Good, useful, and full of wonder. SDPB.